Hello friends, welcome to Shadow Whisperer. All you see is darkness, just the sound of rain, designed to help you relax, focus on the story, and drift into sleep. But before you do, remember to like the video and subscribe to the channel. And yes, feel free to share where you're listening from in the comments. Now, let's begin. The clock on the emergency room wall blinked 12:03 a.m., a cold blue number that mirrored the exhaustion seeping into my bones. 12 hours, another brutal double shift where the line between life and death blurred more times than I could count. All I wanted was the rhythmic rumble of the northbound subway to lull me into a semi-conscious state until I reached my stop. The 42nd Street platform was eerily quiet, the usual cacophony of the city muted by the late hour. A few scattered figures occupied the benches, their faces etched with fatigue, each lost in their own private world. The train pulled in with a sigh of compressed air, its fluorescent lights casting long, stark shadows down the empty carriages. I found a corner seat in a mostly deserted car, the worn plastic cool against my tired back. Plugging in my headphones, I let the soft static hiss in my ears, a flimsy barrier against the lingering echoes of the day's trauma. I closed my eyes, willing myself to just be. A few stops later, the doors hissed open again, letting in a gust of stale city air. I cracked an eye open, registering a teenage girl stepping onto the train, maybe 17, 18 at most. Her shoulders were hunched, her eyes darting nervously around the almost empty car, like a small, frightened bird. She finally settled in a seat across from me, a few rows down, but it wasn't her anxiety that snagged my attention. It was who she sat beside. A woman cloaked in a shockingly bright red coat sat ramrod straight, her hood pulled so far forward it obscured her face entirely. Flanking her were two men, both dressed in identical black suits, their broad shoulders and impassive faces radiating a silent, unsettling presence. They didn't speak. They didn't fidget. They simply sat there, like statues carved from shadow. The girl's discomfort was palpable. Every few seconds, her gaze would flick towards the woman in red, a quick, almost involuntary movement, before she'd snap her head away, her unease radiating across the empty space. I tried to rationalize it. Late night in the city. Weird things happen. Just ignore it, Mark. You're exhausted. Then the train plunged into the black maw of a tunnel, the lights inside flickering erratically, a brief, stuttering dance of darkness and pale illumination. It was in that fleeting moment of near-total darkness that I happened to be looking directly at the woman in the red coat. She wasn't just staring blankly ahead, lost in her own thoughts like I'd assumed. Her head, it was tilted at an impossible angle, not just slumped over in sleep, bent, twisted, grotesquely canted to the side as if her neck had simply given up on the monumental task of supporting her skull. As the lights flickered back on, the edge of her hood had slipped just enough to reveal a sliver of pale, still flesh. And then I saw it. Her eyes weren't open. Her mouth was slightly parted, a dark void within the shadows of her hood. But it was the stillness that truly chilled me, a profound, absolute stillness that screamed of something far beyond sleep. An icy tendril of dread snaked its way up my spine, each vertebra prickling with a primal fear. Something was terribly, fundamentally wrong. The two men beside her hadn't reacted to the flickering lights. They hadn't even blinked. They remained utterly, unnervingly still, too calm, too composed. It was as if they were part of the train itself, bolted to their seats. My heart started to pound a heavy, uneven rhythm against my ribs. My exhaustion vanished, replaced by a sudden surge of adrenaline. I couldn't shake the image of that unnaturally bent neck, that vacant stillness. My gut, honed by years of split-second decisions in the ER, screamed that this wasn't just some odd late-night encounter. I had to do something. Pushing myself to my feet, I tried to appear casual, my movements deliberate but not rushed. I walked down the aisle, my gaze fixed on the empty space above the girl's head. I slid into the seat beside her, the plastic cold beneath my suddenly clammy hands. Without looking at her, I leaned in slightly, my voice a low, urgent whisper. "Don't panic. Get off at the next stop with me. Don't look back, don't ask questions. Just trust me." Her body tensed immediately, every muscle in her frame going rigid. Her eyes widened, fear flickering in their depths, but after a tense, agonizing second, she gave the smallest of nods, a barely perceptible movement of her head. The train began to slow, the screech of the brakes a jarring counterpoint to the frantic beating of my own heart. As the doors hissed open, we both stood, moving in unison, our movements stiff and unnatural. I could feel the weight of the two men's gaze on our backs, a palpable pressure even though they hadn't moved, hadn't uttered a sound. Not yet. We stepped onto the deserted platform, the cold night air hitting my face like a splash of ice water. The doors slid shut behind us with a final whoosh, and the train, our silent, terrifying companion, howled back into the black abyss of the tunnel. The girl turned to me, her breath coming in ragged gasps, her eyes wide and brimming with a fear that mirrored my own. "What the hell was that? Why did you—" I cut her off, my voice low and urgent. I took a deep, steadying breath, trying to ground myself in the reality of the cold platform. "I'm a trauma doctor. That woman, she was dead. Had been for hours, probably. The way her neck was. Rigor mortis had already set in, and she wasn't breathing. No rise and fall of her chest. Nothing. Those men, they weren't just sitting beside her. They were propping her up." The color drained from the girl's face, leaving her skin ashen. She brought a trembling hand to her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief and horror. "Jesus Christ, why? Why would anyone do that?" I stared down the tunnel, the red taillights of the departing train shrinking into two distant pinpricks of light before vanishing completely. The silence of the platform felt heavy, pregnant with unspoken dread. "I don't know," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "But whatever the reason, they wanted to get her body somewhere, without drawing attention." She covered her mouth again, her whole body shaking now. "So they used the train, and made her look alive?" The question hung in the cold air, unanswered, yet terrifyingly clear. I nodded slowly, the weight of the implication settling heavily in my chest. We reported it, of course. We flagged down a transit authority officer, his initial skepticism slowly giving way to a grim understanding as we recounted the bizarre and horrifying scene. The station was briefly cordoned off, a flurry of hushed voices and flashing lights disrupting the late-night quiet. But the security footage from our car was mysteriously corrupted, a digital void where the truth should have been. The woman in the red coat remained unidentified, a ghost in a bright garment. The two men in black vanished without a trace, swallowed by the anonymity of the city. Life, for everyone else, seemed to return to normal. The trains kept running. The city kept breathing. But for me, a seed of unease had been planted, a persistent chill that no amount of warm coffee or busy work could dispel. The image of that tilted head, that vacant stillness, haunted the edges of my vision. 3 nights later, the bell to my small apartment buzzed late in the evening. I wasn't expecting anyone. A plain brown package sat on my doorstep, devoid of any return address. My name and address were typed neatly on a white label. A knot of apprehension tightened in my stomach as I carried it inside. It was light, almost unsettlingly so. My fingers trembled slightly as I tore open the package. Inside, nestled on a bed of crumpled newspaper, was a single folded piece of paper and something else. Something that made my blood run cold. I unfolded the paper. A short, chilling message was typed in stark black letters. "You shouldn't have interfered." My breath hitched in my throat. My eyes darted back to the package, my gaze falling on the other item. A subway ticket. For the northbound line. The same line I had been on that night. Only this ticket had my name printed on it, in bold, stark letters, and the date on the ticket? Yesterday. The sun blazed overhead as I left my office in downtown Los Angeles, squinting against the bright light that bounced off skyscrapers and car windows. The city hummed around me, horns blaring, people chatting on phones, street vendors calling out to passers-by. I loosened my tie and smiled. Life was good for Alex Sinclair, owner of Sinclair Interiors, the design firm I'd built from scratch over the last 8 years. It hadn't always been this way. I'd started with nothing but a degree in interior design and a beat-up pickup truck full of fabric samples. My first office was my apartment kitchen table. Back then, I'd take any job that came my way, repainting bedrooms, installing shelves, anything to pay rent. But, little by little, word spread about my eye for turning ordinary spaces into something special. One satisfied client led to another, and before I knew it, I was designing for some of LA's wealthiest families. Now I had 5 employees, a sleek office in a prime location, and a schedule booked 6 months solid. My phone buzzed constantly with messages from people willing to pay top dollar for my vision. Today had been particularly productive. I'd finalized plans for a beachfront property in Malibu and signed a contract for a penthouse downtown. These were the kinds of projects designers dream about, with budgets that allowed for true creativity. I slid into my car, a black BMW I'd treated myself to after landing my first celebrity client last year. The leather seats felt cool against my back as I started the engine and cranked up the air conditioning. My plan was to head home, pour a glass of wine, and spend the evening sketching ideas for the Malibu project. Creative energy buzzed through me like electricity. I couldn't wait to get started. That's when my phone rang. I glanced at the screen. Unknown number. Normally, I'd let it go to voicemail. My assistant Jessica handled all new inquiries, screening potential clients before they ever reached me. But something made me answer. Maybe it was the strange flutter in my stomach, a whisper of intuition I couldn't explain. "Alex Sinclair speaking," I said, pulling out of the parking garage into the flow of afternoon traffic. The silence on the other end lasted just long enough to make me think the call had dropped. Then a voice broke through, deep and measured, with an unusual hollow quality that sent an unexpected chill through me despite the warm day. "Mr. Sinclair, my name is Vincent Holloway." He spoke my name with such familiarity, it caught me off guard, as if we were old acquaintances rather than strangers. I didn't recognize his voice at all. "I need your expertise for a rather urgent project," he continued when I didn't immediately respond. I shifted the phone to my other ear as I navigated through traffic. "How did you get this number? It's not listed publicly." "Recommendation," he replied smoothly, offering nothing more. I frowned. "May I ask who recommended me?" "That's not important." His dismissal was so casual it bordered on rude. "I have an estate in Tinskull, about 90 miles east of Los Angeles. I require a complete interior redesign as soon as possible. Perhaps you could come today to assess the property." Tinskull. The name sounded vaguely familiar, yet I couldn't place it. I'd worked all over Southern California but had never heard of a town called Tinskull. "I appreciate your interest, Mr. Holloway, but my schedule is fully booked for the next 6 months. I'd be happy to refer you to another designer who might be available sooner. I will triple your standard rate." Those words stopped me cold. Triple? In 8 years of business, no one had ever offered anything like that. My rates weren't cheap to begin with. I charged premium prices for premium work. To triple that? It was either the offer of a lifetime or something very strange. "That's generous," I said carefully, "but I don't normally take on rush jobs outside of Los Angeles proper. The distance alone—" "I need someone with your specific talents, Mr. Sinclair." His voice took on an edge that wasn't there before. "You have an exceptional ability to transform spaces, to bring out their true essence. My estate requires exactly that touch." Flattery wasn't unusual in my line of work. Clients often praised my portfolio to convince me to take their projects. But Holloway's words felt different, more precise, as if he knew something about me beyond my professional reputation. "You still haven't told me who referred you," I pressed. "Can you come today?" he asked instead. "It's quite urgent." Common sense told me to decline. Rush jobs rarely went well, and mysterious clients with unlimited budgets often proved problematic. Plus, I genuinely was booked solid. But curiosity nagged at me, along with the promise of a paycheck 3 times my usual fee. That kind of money could fund the gallery space I'd been dreaming about opening, a showcase for sustainable design. "Let me check something," I said, pulling over to the curb. I opened my Maps app and typed in Tinskell. Nothing came up. I tried different spellings. Still nothing. "I'm not seeing Tinskell on any maps," I said. "It's a small community. Quite private. I'll text you directions." I hesitated. Every instinct told me this was unusual, possibly even a waste of time. But I'd built my career by taking chances. My most successful projects had often come from unexpected opportunities. "Text me the address," I said finally. "I can't promise I'll take the job, but I'll come take a look." "Excellent." The satisfaction in his voice was unmistakable. "I'll expect you before sunset." He hung up before I could respond, leaving me staring at my phone. Seconds later, a text arrived with detailed directions. Not an address, but a series of highway exits and turns. I plotted them into my GPS as best I could, then called Jessica to let her know I'd be out for the rest of the day. "A potential client in Tinskell," I explained. "Ever heard of it?" "Tinskell?" She sounded puzzled. "No, where is that?" "East of here, apparently. Guy's offering triple our rate for a rush job." "Triple?" Her voice rose with excitement. "That's amazing. But be careful. Sounds almost too good to be true." "I know. I'll call you if I decide to take it." I pulled back into traffic, heading for the eastbound freeway. The drive started pleasantly enough. I left the congestion of the city behind, the landscape gradually shifting from suburbs to scattered developments to open land. My playlist filled the car with familiar songs as the miles passed beneath my wheels. For the first hour, I felt good about my decision. An unexpected adventure, a potential big paycheck. What did I have to lose? But things began to change as I followed Holloway's directions deeper into the countryside. The main highway gave way to smaller state roads, then to narrow county lanes I'd never traveled. The music that had kept me company faded in and out as signal weakened, until I finally turned it off altogether. Trees grew thicker on either side, their branches forming a canopy that dimmed the afternoon light. I passed fewer and fewer cars, until it seemed I was the only person on the road. The GPS struggled to keep up, the blue dot of my location jumping erratically before the signal dropped completely about 90 minutes in. "Great," I muttered, tapping the screen uselessly. Now I was navigating solely by Holloway's texted directions. The pavement beneath my tires grew rougher, with cracks where weeds pushed through. Signs became scarce, then absent altogether. What had started as an impulse was beginning to feel like a mistake. I was about to turn around when I spotted something ahead. A weathered wooden sign partially hidden by overgrown branches. "Welcome to Tinskell," it read in faded letters. "Population 317. I slowed the car, peering through the windshield at the sign. It looked decades old, the paint peeling, the wood warped by countless seasons. Just beyond it, a town emerged from a strange, wispy fog that clung to the ground like smoke. It wasn't at all what I'd expected. Instead of a rural backwater, Tinskell appeared almost like a perfect small town from an old movie set. A main street lined with buildings that looked eerily well-preserved despite their obvious age. A gas station with vintage pumps stood silent on one corner. Across the street, a diner's neon sign glowed weakly in the dimming light. A small movie theater, a post office, a general store. All were present, but something about them seemed off, as if they were props rather than functioning businesses, and there wasn't a single person in sight. I drove slowly down the main street, the BMW's engine sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. Every storefront I passed had lights on inside, but no movement, no signs of life. Not even curtains stirred in the windows of the houses set back from the road. According to Holloway's directions, I needed to turn right at the end of Main Street onto Cypress Lane. The road wound upward, away from the town, climbing into thickly wooded hills. The trees pressed closer here, their branches scraping occasionally against my car with a sound like fingernails on glass. After about a mile, the road opened onto a clearing, and I got my first view of Holloway's estate. Estate was an understatement. What rose before me was nothing short of a mansion, a massive stone structure that looked like it belonged in the English countryside, not hidden away in Southern California. It was 3 stories tall, with a steep slate roof and multiple chimneys, wings extending to either side like outstretched arms. Stone walls surrounded a front courtyard, where a circular driveway curved around an ornate fountain that wasn't running. I parked near the entrance, my tires crunching on gravel. The engine ticked as it cooled, each sound strangely amplified in the surrounding silence. No birds sang, no insects buzzed. Even the breeze seemed to have died, leaving the air unnaturally still. For a moment, I sat there, hands still on the wheel, taking it all in. Something about this place felt fundamentally wrong, like walking into a room where all the furniture has been shifted 2 inches to the left. Nothing obviously out of place, but unsettling, all the same. I checked my phone. No signal. Of course. "You've come this far," I muttered to myself, grabbing my portfolio and stepping out of the car. The air felt different here, heavier, with a distinct metallic tang that reminded me of pennies or blood. Beneath that was another smell, earthy and damp, like soil recently turned. The front doors of the mansion were enormous, carved from dark wood with intricate patterns of intertwined branches, or perhaps snakes. It was hard to tell in the fading light. I raised my hand to knock, but before my knuckles touched the wood, the door swung inward with a low groan. The sound echoed through the empty entryway beyond, bouncing off marble floors and high ceilings. "Hello?" I called, my voice sounding small in the vast space. "Mr. Holloway?" No answer came. After a moment's hesitation, I stepped inside. The entryway opened into a grand foyer with a sweeping staircase that curved up to the second floor. Crystal chandeliers hung from chains, casting weak, flickering light that created more shadows than illumination. The air inside was noticeably colder than outside, and stale, as if the windows hadn't been opened in years. "Mr. Holloway?" I tried again, walking further in. My footsteps echoed loudly on the marble. That's when I noticed the portraits. They lined the walls of the entrance hall, dozens of them, all in ornate gold frames that seemed to glow in the dim light. Each painting depicted the same man at what appeared to be different ages, a progression through a lifetime. In the earliest ones, he was young, perhaps in his 20s, with dark hair swept back from a high forehead, sharp cheekbones, and intense eyes that seemed to follow me. As I moved down the hall, the portraits changed. The man aged normally at first, lines appearing around his eyes, a touch of gray at his temples. But then the changes became wrong. His skin grew paler, almost translucent. His eyes darkened until they were black pools without whites. His mouth stretched wider, the lips thinning to nothing, revealing too many teeth. The final portrait made my heart skip a beat. The figure barely resembled a human anymore, the face elongated impossibly, the skin like wax that had begun to melt, the eyes sunken pits of darkness. Yet it still wore an impeccable suit, hands folded neatly in its lap, head tilted slightly as if listening to something only it could hear. I took an involuntary step backward and collided with something solid. "Mr. Sinclair," said a voice behind me, the same hollow tone I'd heard on the phone. "You made it." I spun around, my heart hammering in my chest. A man stood there. No, not a man. The thing from the final portrait, brought to life. He was impossibly tall and thin, dressed in a black suit that hung from his frame as if made for someone larger. His skin had the waxy, pale quality I'd seen in the painting, stretched too tight over sharp bones. His mouth curved into what might have been meant as a smile, but looked more like a tear in fabric. "Mr. Holloway, I presume?" I managed, fighting the urge to bolt for the door. "Yes." His head tilted exactly, as it had in the portrait. "I'm pleased you accepted my invitation." I glanced back at the paintings, then at him again. "I didn't see your car outside," I said stupidly, grasping for something normal to say. "I don't drive," he replied, as if that explained everything. "Please, follow me. I'd like to show you the spaces that need your attention." Every instinct screamed at me to leave, to run back to my car and never look back. But a strange lethargy had settled over me, a dreamlike quality that made even my fear seem distant. I followed Holloway through the mansion, trying to focus on the design elements, the crown molding, the inlaid wood floors, the antique furniture, rather than on the way he moved without making a sound, or how the shadows seemed to cling to him like eager pets. He led me through room after room, each more grand than the last. A ballroom with a ceiling painted to resemble a night sky, complete with constellations I didn't recognize. A dining room with a table long enough to seat 30, each place setting of tarnished silver laid out as if for an imminent meal. A library with floor-to-ceiling shelves containing books bound in materials that didn't look like leather or cloth, but something else entirely. In every room, despite the magnificence of the architecture, there was a sense of decay. Wallpaper peeled in corners, dust-covered surfaces in a fine gray film. In some places, wood had rotted or stone had crumbled. The entire mansion felt like a beautiful corpse, still recognizable, but undeniably dead. "The house has stood empty too long," Holloway said, noticing my attention to these details. "It needs life again." "When was it built?" I asked, trying to understand what I was seeing. The style suggested late 19th century, but that was impossible. A house this size would be famous if it had existed in Southern California for over a century. "Time is fluid here," he replied cryptically. "The house exists as it needs to." We ended our tour in a study dominated by a massive desk of dark wood. Behind it, floor-to-ceiling windows looked out over gardens that might once have been magnificent, but now grew wild and tangled in the gathering twilight. A ledger lay open on the desk, its pages filled with names written in an elegant spidery hand. "Please, sit." Holloway gestured to a chair across from the desk. I sat, placing my portfolio on my lap, though I was increasingly certain this wasn't a normal design consultation. "Mr. Holloway, I should be honest. I'm not sure I'm the right person for this job. The scale of restoration needed here is beyond what my firm typically handles." "You are exactly the right person, Mr. Sinclair." His long fingers tapped on the desk, a sound unnaturally loud in the quiet room. "You have a gift for seeing the potential in spaces, for bringing out their true nature. That's what Tin School needs. Someone who can restore it to what it should be." "Tin School? I thought we were discussing your house." "The house, the town. They're one and the same, bound together, feeding each other." He leaned forward, his dark eyes holding mine. "I am prepared to offer you an exceptional opportunity." "The triple rate?" I asked, trying to steer the conversation back to business terms I understood. "That was merely to secure your visit." His lips peeled back in that awful, not smile. "What I'm offering now is a partnership, a permanent position. The house needs a caretaker, someone who can guide its evolution, someone with vision." A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. "I don't understand what you're asking." "The house needs souls, Mr. Sinclair, fresh minds, creative energy." His fingers stopped tapping and spread flat on the desk. "In exchange, it offers immortality of a sort. Your essence preserved within these walls forever." I stood up so quickly the chair nearly toppled behind me. "I think there's been a misunderstanding. I'm an interior designer, not whatever you're looking for." I should go. I turned toward the door, but it swung shut with a heavy thud before I could reach it. The sound echoed through the room like a gunshot. "You came to Tin School willingly," Holloway said, his voice unchanged, as calm as ever. "That matters. The house can't take what isn't freely given, but once here, few leave unchanged. I yanked at the door handle, but it wouldn't budge. Panic rose in my throat, hot and bitter. Let me out of here. There's no need for alarm. Holloway hadn't moved from behind the desk. Consider my offer. The house would welcome you. Your talent would flourish here, unconstrained by time or fashion or client demands. You could create endlessly. I create just fine in Los Angeles, I snapped, still pulling uselessly at the door. Do you? His head tilted again, bird-like. Creating safe, predictable spaces for the wealthy? Compromising your vision to satisfy their bland tastes? Here, you would be free. His words struck an uncomfortable chord. How many times had I adjusted my designs to please clients with more money than taste? How often had I bitten my tongue when they insisted on changes that ruined the harmony of a space? But that was business, the necessary give and take of a service profession. It wasn't worth whatever this was. I want to leave, I said firmly. Now. Holloway sighed, a sound like wind through dead leaves. Very well, the choice must be yours. But before you go, let me show you one last thing. He gestured toward a door I hadn't noticed before, set into the wood-paneled wall to the right of the desk. It swung open silently, revealing a dark passage beyond. Against my better judgment, I followed him through it. The passage opened into a circular room without windows. The walls were lined with more portraits, hundreds of them, from floor to ceiling, each showing a different person, men and women of all ages and eras, judging by their clothing. Some looked afraid, others serene. All had the same unsettling quality I'd noticed in Holloway's portraits, a sense of something not quite human looking out from human eyes. The house remembers, Holloway said softly. Every caretaker, every visitor who stayed, their essence remains. In the center of the room stood an easel with a blank canvas. Beside it, a small table held brushes, paints, and other artists' tools that gleamed in the dim light. The house has already begun your portrait. Holloway moved to the easel and turned the canvas to face me. It wasn't blank after all. The outline of a face had been sketched, my face captured with disturbing accuracy. But the eyes were wrong, too dark, too deep, like those in Holloway's final portrait. This isn't finished, Holloway continued. It could remain incomplete, or you could choose to stay, to become part of Tinskull. Your portrait would hang here forever, your essence feeding the house, your creativity shaping it across centuries. I backed away, bumping into the wall of portraits. I could feel them watching me, all those trapped souls, centuries of them, imprisoned in paint and canvas. I decline, I said, surprised at the steadiness in my voice. I'm leaving now. Something flickered across Holloway's face, disappointment, perhaps, or anger. It was gone so quickly, I might have imagined it. As you wish. The door behind you leads to the entrance hall. Your car awaits. I didn't question the impossible geography, how a door from this windowless room could lead directly to the entrance when we'd walked through numerous corridors to get here. I just wanted out. I turned and pushed through the indicated door. Sure enough, I emerged into the entrance hall where I'd first seen the progression of Holloway's portraits. The front doors stood open now, showing the gathering darkness outside. I half expected Holloway to follow, to try once more to convince me, but when I glanced back, the hall was empty. I practically ran to my car, fumbling with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get them into the ignition. The engine started on the first try, headlights cutting through the gloom. I reversed in a spray of gravel, then sped down the winding drive, not caring about the branches that scraped against the paint. The town of Tinskull appeared deserted as before, but now the emptiness felt menacing rather than merely strange. The lights in the buildings seemed to watch me pass. The fog curled around my tires like grasping fingers. I didn't slow down until I reached the highway, the Welcome to Tinskull sign disappearing in my rearview mirror. Only when I saw other cars, other signs of normal human life, did I begin to breathe easier. My GPS sprang back to life, showing me the way home. I drove straight through to Los Angeles, the city lights a welcome sight after the darkness of Tinskool. I should have been exhausted when I finally reached my apartment, but adrenaline kept me wide awake. I poured myself a generous whiskey, then another, trying to make sense of what I'd experienced. Had it been real? A hallucination? Some elaborate prank? My phone rang. That same unknown number. I declined the call and blocked it immediately. Then I deleted Holloway's text with the directions. Whatever had happened in Tinskool, I wanted no further part in it. Sleep came eventually, fitful and filled with dreams of endless corridors and watching portraits. I woke at dawn, already reaching for my phone to call Jessica and tell her I needed a day off, my first in over a year. Then I checked my email. A new message waited in my inbox, sender unknown. Thank you for your visit, Mr. Sinclair. The house is complete. My fingers hovered over the delete button, but curiosity won out. I opened the message. There was no text, just an image attachment. With a sense of dread, I tapped to open it. It was the portrait from the circular room, the one that had just been sketched when I left. Now, it was complete, rendered in perfect detail. My face looked back at me, every feature exact, but the eyes were Holloway's, black pools without light or life. Beneath the image was a caption, 1247 Cypress Lane, Tinskool. Home awaits your return. I deleted the email and blocked the sender. Then I showered, dressed, and headed to the office earlier than usual. I threw myself into work, taking on extra clients, extending my already full schedule. For weeks, I barely went home except to sleep, as if keeping busy could erase the memory of Tinskool and its master. But the dreams continued. In them, I walked the halls of that impossible mansion, redesigning rooms, selecting fabrics and colors, directing unseen workers. Each night, the house grew more beautiful under my guidance, its decay reversed, its grandeur restored. And each night, the portraits watched, their numbers growing, the faces more familiar, colleagues, clients, friends. In the dreams, this seemed natural, right? Only upon waking did the horror return. 3 months after my visit to Tinskool, I received a package at my office. No return address, just my name in that same spidery handwriting I'd seen in Holloway's ledger. Inside was a small ornate key and a deed to 1247 Cypress Lane, Tinskool, with my name listed as owner. I should have thrown them away. Instead, I locked them in my desk drawer. Sometimes, late at night when I worked alone, I would take out the key and turn it over in my hands, feeling its weight, the intricate pattern of its teeth. I never used it, never drove back to Tinskool. But I didn't discard it either. A year passed. My business continued to thrive. I opened that gallery space I'd dreamed of, showcasing sustainable design and emerging artists. Life moved forward. The dreams of the mansion came less frequently, then stopped altogether. I almost managed to convince myself that the whole experience had been a stress-induced hallucination. Then Jessica placed a new client file on my desk. "This just came in," she said. "Woman named Eleanor Holloway. Says she inherited a property in some place called Tinskool and wants to restore it completely. Offering our full rate, no negotiations." My blood ran cold. "Holloway?" "Yes. She mentioned a relative recommended you specifically, a Vincent Holloway. Ring any bells?" I stared at the file, at the address written on the intake form, 1247 Cypress Lane. "Tell her we're not taking new clients," I said, my voice tight. Jessica looked surprised. "But we just opened spots last week, and she's offering—" "We're not taking this client," I repeated firmly. "Trust me on this." She nodded slowly, taking the file back. "Okay, boss. Your call." That night, I took the key and the deed from my desk drawer, drove to the beach, and hurled them as far into the ocean as I could. The splash was swallowed by the roar of waves, insignificant against the vastness of the water. I felt lighter driving home, as if I'd shed a burden I hadn't realized I was carrying. For the first time in months, I slept deeply, without dreams. The next morning I woke to find the key on my nightstand, gleaming in the sunlight as if newly polished. The deed lay beside it, dry and unmarked. I sat up slowly, a strange calm settling over me. I understood now. Some choices, once made, can't be unmade. Some doors, once opened, can't be closed again. I took the key and turned it over in my hands. It felt right there, familiar, like it belonged. And perhaps it did. Perhaps this was always meant to be. I picked up my phone and dialed Jessica. "I've been thinking," I said when she answered, "about the Holloway project. I'd like to take it after all." "Really? That's great. I'll call her right away." "No need," I said, smiling as I looked at the key in my palm. "I'll handle this one personally. After all, the house was waiting for me, and I had so many ideas for what it could become." I never thought a car could change my life. Not like this, anyway. The dream of owning a shiny new car had always danced in my mind, but my bank account had other ideas. For 3 years straight, I'd been cramming into sweaty buses and bumming rides from friends who'd roll their eyes when I called. It wasn't just about getting around. It was about freedom, about not having to check bus schedules or beg for favors. I needed something to get me to work. Nothing fancy, just reliable and cheap. After weeks of scrolling through online listings until my eyes burned and dodging pushy salespeople with their fake smiles and firm handshakes, I stumbled across a 2014 Chevy Impala at a tiny dealership on the edge of town. The place was barely a dealership at all, just a gravel lot with a handful of cars and a small office that looked like it might have been a gas station in another life. Rusted signs hung crookedly above doors that needed paint, and tall weeds pushed through cracks in the concrete. But that car sat there on the lot like it didn't belong, gleaming under the afternoon sun, its silver paint smooth and spotless. It stuck out among the other beat-up vehicles like a diamond in the dirt. My heart did a little jump when I first laid eyes on it. The mileage was surprisingly low for its age, only 48,000 miles, when similar models had well over 100,000. The seats smelled faintly of leather instead of mildew, and the dealer, a wiry guy with yellowish teeth and a crooked grin that never quite reached his eyes, assured me it had only belonged to one person before me. "Lady owner," he said, wiping his hands on jeans that had seen better days. "Real careful with it. Barely drove the thing." His voice had a scratchy quality that made me think of someone who smoked too much. "Why'd she sell it?" I asked, running my hand along the hood. The metal felt cool beneath my fingertips, almost unnaturally so despite sitting in the summer sun all day. The dealer, Sam was the name on his faded tag, shrugged and looked away. "Family selling her stuff. You know how it goes." He didn't elaborate, and something in his tone told me not to push it. The price tag was so low it almost felt like a steal, nearly $4,000 below market value. I couldn't shake the thought that I'd finally caught a break. After getting laid off last year and spending months living on ramen and tap water, maybe my luck was turning around. "Tell you what," Sam said, jingling a set of keys. "Take her for a spin. You'll fall in love." The moment I slid behind the wheel, something clicked. The seat seemed to adjust to my body, cradling me just right. The steering wheel felt warm against my palms, almost like a handshake. When I turned the key, the engine didn't just start. It purred, a deep, satisfied sound that vibrated through the car and into my bones. I drove it off the lot that same day, feeling like I'd won some secret lottery. For the first few days, I couldn't stop smiling. The car handled corners like a dream. The air conditioning blasted cold even in the summer heat, and I felt a little surge of pride every time I slid behind the wheel. It was mine, a small victory in a life that hadn't handed me many. My buddy Marco whistled low when he saw it. "How'd you afford this beauty? You been holding out on me?" His eyes narrowed with a mix of admiration and suspicion. "Got lucky," I said, patting the hood like it was a loyal pet. "Right place, right time." But that feeling didn't last long. Soon the car started showing me a side I hadn't bargained for, one that crept up slow and quiet before sinking its claws in deep. It began with little things, so subtle I brushed them off at first. I'd turn on the radio, expecting music or the chatter of a DJ, but instead, a faint whisper would hum through the speakers, even on channels drowned in static. It was soft, like someone murmuring far away. A woman's voice, I thought, though I couldn't make out the words. No matter how much I fiddled with the dial or punched buttons on the console, it lingered beneath whatever station I chose, a ghostly undercurrent to rock songs and news reports. Then there was the smell, a musty, earthy scent that seeped into the car, faint but stubborn. It wasn't the normal smell of a used car. This was different, like wet soil and something else I couldn't place. Something sickly sweet, like flowers that had been left in a vase too long. I hung pine air fresheners from the mirror, sprayed cleaner on the seats, even had the vents cleaned, but it always came back, clinging to the air like a memory that wouldn't fade. "You don't smell that?" I asked Marco one night as we drove to a movie. The scent seemed stronger than usual, thick enough to taste. He sniffed, shrugged. "Just smells like car to me, man." I told myself it was nothing, just the quirks of a used car with a past, and kept driving. But I started noticing other things too. Sometimes the car would be colder inside than it should be, even on the hottest days. I'd get in after it sat in the sun for hours, and it would feel like stepping into a refrigerator. Other times I'd come back to find the driver's seat adjusted, moved forward an inch or two from where I'd left it, as if someone shorter had been sitting there. Small things. Things easy to write off. Maybe I'd bumped the seat lever without noticing. Maybe the car had good insulation. Maybe the radio just needed fixing. But one night, everything changed. I'd pulled a late shift at the warehouse, stacking boxes until my back ached and my hands were raw. The clock had ticked past midnight by the time I hit the road home, the streets empty except for the occasional truck rumbling by. A thick fog had settled over the town, turning streetlights into hazy orbs that barely cut through the gray. The world felt wrapped in a quiet that felt heavy and still, like it was holding its breath. My headlights cut through the fog, lighting up the pavement ahead and bouncing off the white mist. I cracked the window, letting the cool air wash over my face, hoping it would keep me alert for the drive. The radio was playing softly, some late-night talk show, but beneath it, I could still hear that whisper, rising and falling like waves. I let my mind drift, lulled by the hum of the tires on wet pavement and the rhythmic swish of the wipers. My thoughts wandered to mundane things, bills I needed to pay, groceries I needed to buy, whether I'd remembered to lock the apartment door. That's when I glanced at the rearview mirror, and my stomach dropped like a stone. The road behind me was a black stretch of nothing. No cars, no lights, just darkness and fog. But the mirror showed something else. A dark shape sat in the back seat, a silhouette with no edges, just a shadow where no shadow should be. It looked like a woman, her head slightly bowed, long hair falling forward to hide her face. My heart lurched into my throat, hot blood rushing to my face. I whipped my head around, my breath catching in my throat, but the seat was empty, just the worn upholstery and a crumpled water bottle I'd left there. My heart thudded against my ribs, loud in the silence, and I forced a shaky laugh that sounded hollow in the quiet car. It had to be the light, I told myself, or maybe my tired eyes playing tricks after a long day. The fog was messing with my vision, creating shapes where there were none. I adjusted the mirror, shook my head to clear it, and kept driving, my hands gripping the wheel so tight my knuckles turned white. The whisper from the radio seemed to grow louder, more urgent, but I cranked up the volume on the talk show until it drowned out everything else. When I got home, I sat in the driveway for a long time, engine idling, staring at that rearview mirror. Nothing appeared. Just an empty back seat and the dark street behind me. I laughed again, a nervous sound in the quiet car. "You're losing it," I muttered to myself. "Get some sleep." But sleep didn't come easy that night. I tossed and turned, my dreams filled with fog and whispers and dark shapes that vanished when I tried to look directly at them. I woke up sweating, tangled in sheets, the memory of a woman's voice fading as consciousness took hold. The next day passed in a blur of work and errands, the previous night's scare fading in the bright light of day. But as the sun set and darkness crept in, I felt a knot forming in my stomach at the thought of driving home. I even considered taking the bus, but pride stopped me. It was just a car, my car, and I'd been exhausted last night, seeing things that weren't there. So I climbed in, turned the key and hit the road, the radio tuned to a loud rock station to keep my mind occupied. Everything seemed normal. The car ran smoothly, the air smelled only faintly of that earthy scent, and the back seat remained empty in the mirror. I started to relax, my shoulders loosening, a small smile tugging at my lips. Just tired, that's all it had been. But then I hit that same stretch of road from the night before. It wasn't foggy this time, just dark, the sky a deep starless black. I was singing along to the radio, tapping my fingers on the wheel, when the music suddenly cut out, replaced by static that built into a high-pitched whine. I cursed, reaching for the dial, but before my fingers touched it, the static cleared. "Help me!" The words came through clear as a bell, a woman's voice, soft and desperate. I jerked my hand back like I'd been burned, staring at the radio with wide eyes. Then I caught movement in the mirror, that shape again, but clearer this time. Long, tangled hair spilling over slender shoulders, and eyes that looked like dark, empty holes staring straight at me. I could make out more details now. Pale skin, a thin face, lips parted slightly as if about to speak. I spun around, my hand slick on the wheel, but again, nothing was there. The air felt colder, heavier, and my pulse raced as I turned back to the road trying to focus on the yellow lines ahead. My breaths came short and fast, fogging up the windows despite the AC being off. "Who are you?" The words tumbled out before I could stop them, shaky and thin in the cold air. No answer came. The radio snapped back to the rock station as suddenly as it had changed, the mysterious voice gone. But the chill remained, settling into my bones, and I couldn't shake the feeling of eyes on the back of my neck for the rest of the drive. Night after night, it kept happening, each experience more intense than the last. The figure in the mirror grew sharper each time, those hollow eyes burning into me, until I dreaded every glance at the mirror. Sometimes she would be right behind me, so close I could almost feel her breath on my neck. Other times, she would sit in the passenger seat, her head turned to stare out the window, as if searching for something in the darkness. I started taking different routes home, driving through busy streets where lights and people made me feel less alone. But it didn't matter. She always found me, always appeared when the car hit a quiet stretch of road or stopped at a lonely intersection. Then the car started acting up in ways I couldn't ignore. The radio would snap on by itself, flipping to an AM station I'd never tuned to, filling the air with garbled whispers that prickled my skin. Sometimes the words were clearer. "Please, find me, not gone." Fragments that made my blood run cold. The headlights would flicker, flashing on and off like a warning, even though I'd just had them checked. The mechanic had shrugged, said everything looked fine, but his eyes had narrowed when I tried to explain what was happening. "Cars don't do that kind of thing on their own, buddy," he'd said, wiping greasy hands on a rag. "Electrical issues, sure, but not whatever you're describing." Worst of all, the locks would click shut without me touching them, trapping me inside. It happened at stoplights, on quiet back roads, in my own driveway. Each time, I'd wrestle with the handle, my breath fogging the windows, until the door finally gave way and let me stumble out, shaking and sweaty. I told Marco about it once, after a few beers loosened my tongue. He laughed, called me crazy, said I'd been watching too many horror movies, but his laughter died when we walked to the parking lot and found the Impala's engine running, though I knew I'd turned it off and taken the keys. "Probably just forgot," he muttered, but he didn't meet my eyes, and he found an excuse not to ride with me after that. I couldn't take it anymore. I needed answers, something to explain what was happening. So, one gray morning, I drove back to the dealership, the Impala rumbling beneath me like it knew where we were going. Rain splattered against the windshield, and the wipers squeaked rhythmically, a sound that had started to set my teeth on edge. The lot was nearly empty when I pulled in, just a few cars glinting under a cloudy sky. The office door was open, a faint light glowing inside. The salesman was there, wiping down a windshield, and when he saw me, his crooked grin faltered. I marched up to him, my voice tight with frustration, and demanded to know about the car's past. Who owned it before me? What happened to her? My voice cracked on the last word, betraying how close I was to breaking. His face went pale, the rag slipping in his hand, and he shifted on his feet, avoiding my eyes. Like I said, family selling her stuff, estate sale kind of thing. What happened to her? I pressed, stepping closer. Rain trickled down my face, cold against my heated skin. He mumbled something about an auction, claiming he didn't know much more, but his eyes kept darting to the Impala, a nervousness in his movements that told me he was lying. "Listen, man," he finally said, sighing. "I buy cars that need homes. I sell them to people who need cars. I don't dig into their history. Bad for business." He tried to smile, but it looked more like a grimace. "If you're not happy with it, I can take it back. 70% of what you paid. Best I can do." I almost said yes, almost handed over the keys right then and there. But something stopped me. A need to know, to understand what was happening. His words were thin, unconvincing, and I left the lot with a fire in my chest, determined to dig deeper. Back home, I grabbed my laptop and punched the car's VIN into every search engine I could think of. It took hours, sifting through dead ends and random records, but finally I found it, a news article buried in an archive, dated 5 years back. The headline made my mouth go dry. "Local woman missing. Police search continues." The previous owner was a woman named Eleanor Grayson, age 32, a kindergarten teacher at the local elementary school. There was a photo, a woman with long dark hair and kind eyes, smiling at the camera. My heart thudded painfully when I saw her face. It was her, the woman from my mirror, but alive, vibrant, not the hollow-eyed phantom that haunted my car. According to the article, she'd vanished without a trace. Her car, this car, found abandoned near a stretch of woods outside town. The engine had been running, the doors unlocked, but Eleanor was gone. One detail stuck out, chilling me to the bone. A 911 call she'd made just before she disappeared, her voice frantic as she screamed about someone in the car with her. The police had searched but found no signs of struggle, no evidence of another person. The case had gone cold, with theories ranging from voluntary disappearance to foul play, but no body, no clues, nothing ever turned up. I dug deeper, found more articles. Eleanor had been well-liked, involved in the community. She volunteered at animal shelters on weekends and coached girls' soccer in the spring. She had a fiancé who moved away shortly after her disappearance, unable to cope with the memories. Her parents still lived in town, still held a candlelight vigil every year on the anniversary of her vanishing. I sat back, my mind racing, pieces clicking into place. The whispers, the figure in the mirror. It was her, Eleanor, tied to this car in some way I couldn't understand. My hand shook as I closed the laptop, the room suddenly too small, too quiet. Was she trying to tell me something? Was she warning me about whoever or whatever had taken her? That night, I couldn't sleep. I paced my apartment, jumping at every creak and groan of the old building, my mind spinning with possibilities. By dawn, I'd made up my mind. I had to get rid of the Impala, sell it, scrap it, anything to cut it out of my life. I'd take the loss, go back to buses and bummed rides. Anything was better than this slow descent into terror. I climbed into the driver's seat as the sun rose, the air thick with that musty smell, stronger now than ever. A chill hung in the car despite the morning warmth, and my breath fogged in front of my face as I turned the key. The engine caught with a growl that sounded almost angry, and I pulled away from the curb, heading for the dealership, my knuckles white on the wheel. But the car had other ideas. Halfway there, as I drove down a quiet road that cut through the fields at the edge of town, the locks snapped shut with a loud click, pinning me inside. The sound made me jump, my heart racing. I grabbed the handle, pulled, but it wouldn't budge. Come on, I muttered, yanking harder, panic rising in my throat. The headlights flared, then flickered wildly, painting the empty road in stuttering bursts of light. The radio crackled to life, static hissing through the speakers, until a voice broke through, soft, faint, trembling. "Help me," it said, and my blood ran cold. The same words I'd heard before, but clearer now, unmistakable. I gripped the wheel tighter, my heart slamming against my chest, and whispered into the dark, "Who are you? What do you want from me?" The air grew heavy, pressing down on me like a weight, making it hard to breathe. The smell intensified, earth and decay and something metallic, like blood. I glanced at the rearview mirror, unable to stop myself. There she was, Eleanor, her face pale and gaunt, her tangled hair framing those hollow eyes, staring at me with a desperate, silent plea. But this time, she didn't vanish when I looked directly at her. She stayed, more solid than I'd ever seen her, and slowly, she raised a trembling hand to point ahead, out to the windshield. Her lips moved, forming words I couldn't hear. Before I could react, the engine roared, the car lurching forward on its own. My foot wasn't on the gas, but the speedometer climbed, 60, 70, 80 miles per hour, trees blurring past in a dark smear. I yanked at the wheel, swerved, but the brakes wouldn't catch, the pedals useless under my feet. "Stop!" I shouted, panic making my voice high and thin. "What are you doing?" The car didn't slow, just kept speeding down the road, taking turns I hadn't signaled for, heading away from town and toward the dense woods where Eleanor had disappeared. Ahead, the road curved sharply, a wall of forest rushing closer. I braced myself, my breath ragged, certain this was the end. I'd die like Eleanor had, another victim of whatever haunted this car, but just as the crash loomed, the locks popped open, and the steering wheel jerked hard in my hands. The car spun, tires screeching against the pavement, and skidded to a stop on the shoulder, gravel crunching beneath it. I sat there, panting, my hands trembling as I stared at the dashboard, the engine ticking in the sudden silence. Then I moved, fast, throwing the door open and stumbling out into the morning light, my legs wobbly but carrying me away from that cursed machine. I didn't look back, just ran until the road was a distant ribbon behind me, and my lungs burned with each breath. When I finally stopped, bent over with hands on my knees, gasping for air, I realized where I was. The woods stretched dark and dense to my right, and ahead was a small clearing with yellow police tape still hanging from trees, faded and tattered after 5 years. This was where they'd found Eleanor's car, my car, abandoned and empty. A chill ran through me, raising goosebumps on my skin despite the warm morning. Why had the car brought me here? What was Eleanor trying to show me? With shaky legs, I approached the clearing, ducking under the police tape. The ground was uneven, dotted with small wildflowers and patches of tall grass. Nothing seemed unusual or out of place. Just a quiet spot in the woods, peaceful even, with birds singing in the trees and sunlight dappling the ground. But as I walked, something caught my eye. a glint of metal half buried in the soil near the base of an old oak tree. I knelt, brushing away dirt and leaves, and found a locket, tarnished by time and weather but still intact. My fingers trembled as I picked it up, wiping away grime to reveal an engraving. Forever E. I pried it open, and inside was a tiny photo. Eleanor and a man I didn't recognize, their faces pressed close together, smiling. Her fiancé, I assumed. The other half of the locket held a lock of dark hair. As I stared at the locket, a realization washed over me. Eleanor wasn't trying to harm me. She was trying to communicate, to lead me here, to this spot where something of hers remained undiscovered. Perhaps she wanted to be found, to have something returned to her family, a small piece of closure for those who still mourned her. The next morning, I called a tow truck and went back to retrieve the Impala, steeling myself for the sight of it. But when we got there, it was gone. No tire marks, no dents in the dirt, no sign it had ever been there. The tow driver scratched his head, muttering about prank calls, but I knew better. The car had vanished, taking Eleanor, or whatever was left of her, with it. I reported my findings to the police, handed over the locket, told them where I'd found it. They looked skeptical, but took my statement, said they'd look into it. I didn't mention the ghost or the possessed car. Some truths are better left unspoken, tucked away where they can't be questioned or doubted. Weeks passed, then months, and I bought a beat-up old truck to replace the Impala. Something simple with a cassette player instead of a digital radio. Something that didn't whisper or lock me in. Life settled back into a rhythm. Work, home, the quiet hum of normal days. But sometimes, on late drives down empty roads, I'd catch a flash in my rearview mirror, a silver Chevy Impala, gliding silently behind me. And there, behind the wheel, was Eleanor, her hollow eyes meeting mine for just a moment before she faded into the dark. It wasn't the same car, couldn't be, but somehow I knew it was her, still searching, still wanting to be found. At first it rattled me, those fleeting glimpses keeping me awake at night. But over time, I stopped jumping at shadows. I'd escaped that car, walked away from whatever held her there, and maybe, in some small way, I'd helped her too. 6 months after finding the locket, I saw a small article in the local paper. Eleanor Grayson's case had been reopened based on new evidence. They didn't specify what, but I had my suspicions. Maybe the locket had led them somewhere, given them a clue I'd missed. One evening, drawn by a curiosity I couldn't explain, I drove my truck out to the edge of town, back to those woods where everything had changed. The sun was dipping low, painting the sky in warm gold and pink. I pulled over near the clearing, stepped out, and stood there, the breeze soft against my face. Yellow police tape was strung up again, fresh this time, and I could see evidence markers dotting the ground near where I'd found the locket. I didn't see the Impala, didn't feel that chill that had become so familiar. Instead, I felt a quiet peace, like something had let go. Maybe they would find her now. Maybe Eleanor would finally rest. As I turned to leave, a movement caught my eye, a figure standing among the trees, partially hidden in shadow. For a heartbeat, I thought it was her, come to thank me or haunt me one last time. But as my eyes adjusted, I realized it was just a woman with a bouquet of flowers, likely a friend or family member paying respects. I nodded to her, and she nodded back, a silent acknowledgement between strangers tied by an unseen thread. I climbed back in my truck, turned the key, and drove home, the road stretching out clear and open ahead. The truck rumbled beneath me, steady and mine, and I smiled. A real, easy smile. Eleanor was gone. The car was gone, and I was free, rolling toward a life I'd built on my own terms, 1 mile at a time. But sometimes, on quiet nights when the moon hangs low and the world seems to hold its breath, I wonder about her, where she is, if she found peace, if the police ever discovered what happened that night 5 years ago. And sometimes, just sometimes, I think I hear a whisper on the radio, soft and faint, saying not help me, but thank you. Maybe some ghosts don't want to scare us. Maybe they just want to be remembered. And in remembering Eleanor Grayson, in carrying her story with me, I've given her something she lost that night in the woods. A witness, a voice, a chance to be found. It's not much, but in this life, sometimes the smallest gestures cast the longest shadows. The sun was dipping low in the sky, painting the horizon with streaks of orange and pink, when I first felt the weight of exhaustion settle into my bones. I'd been driving for what seemed like forever, my hands cramped around the steering wheel, my back stiff from hours of sitting in the same position. The hum of the engine was my only companion, a steady drone that blurred into the background as the miles stretched on. Work had thrown me into this mess, a last-minute business trip to a dusty little town in Arizona, so far off the beaten path that I wasn't even sure my GPS could find it. They'd given me no warning, just a hurried email and a deadline, and now here I was, chasing the fading daylight with no real plan. I glanced at my watch. 6:47 p.m. Nearly 12 hours on the road with only short breaks to stretch my legs and grab some food. The endless rhythm of the highway had a hypnotic effect, making my eyelids heavy. The landscape around me had gradually transformed from lush greenery to barren desert, with red rocks and sandy plains stretching as far as I could see. I rolled down the window, letting the desert air hit my face, hoping the warmth and the scent of dust and sage would keep me alert enough to find somewhere to rest. The radio had long since faded to static, leaving me alone with my thoughts. I couldn't help but feel a gnawing resentment toward my boss, Mark. He dumped this assignment on me Friday afternoon with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "You're the only one who can handle this, Dan," he'd said, clapping my shoulder like we were old friends. I had plans that weekend. A date with Sarah, a woman I'd been trying to get to know for months. She probably wouldn't give me another chance after canceling at the last minute again. I'd tried calling around for a place to stay, but the cell signal was spotty, and the few motels I managed to reach were either booked solid or too far out of my way. My eyes burned, begging for a break, and my stomach growled, reminding me I hadn't eaten since a gas station sandwich hours ago. The sandwich had been as sad as it looked, soggy bread, limp lettuce, and processed meat that tasted vaguely of chemicals. But it was food, and I'd wolfed it down while leaning against my car, watching tumbleweeds dance across the empty parking lot. Desperation was creeping in, and I was about ready to pull over and sleep in the car when I remembered the old directory I'd tossed into the passenger seat. It was a beat-up thing, yellowed pages curling at the edges, something I'd found in a box of my grandfather's stuff after he passed. Pop had been a traveling salesman back in the day, crisscrossing the country with his samples and his stories. This directory had been his guide, filled with notes in his careful handwriting, little stars next to the good places, X's through the bad ones. I hadn't thought much of it at the time, just a relic from a bygone era, but now it felt like a lifeline. The memory of Pop hit me hard as I pulled over to the side of the road. He'd been gone for 2 years now, but I still caught myself reaching for the phone to call him sometimes. He would have loved this, his grandson following in his footsteps, even if it was just for one miserable business trip. I could almost hear his raspy laugh, picture him shaking his head at my predicament. "Always have a backup plan, Danny," he used to tell me. "The road doesn't care about your schedule." Flipping through the directory under the dim glow of the dashboard light, I found a listing for a motel not too far from where I was. The name was simple, Desert Rest, and there was no phone number, no website, just an address scribbled in faded ink. Pop had drawn a small star next to it, though it looked like he'd started to cross it out and then changed his mind. I squinted at the page, trying to make out what he'd written in the margin. "Quiet," it said, and something else I couldn't quite read. It wasn't much, but it was something. My body ached for rest, and at that point, I didn't care if the place was a dump. I just needed a bed, a pillow, anything to let me close my eyes for a few hours. I punched the address into my GPS, watching the little spinning wheel as it searched for the location. For a heart-stopping moment, I thought it wouldn't find it, but then the screen blinked and a route appeared, a thin blue line snaking through the emptiness. With a flicker of hope, I turned the car down a narrow, winding road that cut through the desert like a scar. The drive felt endless, the landscape around me growing darker and more desolate with every passing minute. The pavement eventually gave way to gravel, and my car shuddered and bounced along the uneven surface. Dust kicked up behind me, a cloud that glowed orange in my taillights before dissolving into the gathering darkness. Scrubby bushes and twisted cacti loomed in the shadows, their shapes eerie against the twilight sky. A jackrabbit darted across the road, its eyes catching the headlights, and glowing like tiny moons before it vanished into the brush. The silence out here was different from city silence. It wasn't just the absence of noise, but something deeper, a stillness that seemed to press against my ears. I turned on the radio again, hoping for some music to break the quiet, but all I got was more static, punctuated by occasional bursts of garbled voices that faded as quickly as they came. I switched it off and rolled up the window, suddenly uneasy about letting the desert night inside. I started to wonder if I'd made a mistake. Maybe I should have just pulled into one of the rest stops back on the highway, caught a few hours of uncomfortable sleep in the car. But then, just as doubt was about to win, I saw it, a faint glow up ahead, a blinking neon sign that buzzed and sputtered like it was on its last legs. Desert Rest, it read, though half the letters were burned out. I pulled into the lot, my headlights sweeping over cracked pavement and a row of low, sagging buildings that looked like they'd been forgotten by time. The motel was a relic, no question about it. Built in the 1950s, I'd guess, with flat roofs and a faded stucco exterior that might have once been a cheerful yellow but was now a dull, peeling beige. The doors were painted a chipped turquoise, and the windows were so cloudy with grime I doubted anyone could see through them. A single light flickered above the reception entrance, moths dancing in its weak beam. My headlights illuminated an old metal chair propped against one wall, its red paint long since faded to a rust color that matched the stains on the concrete beneath it. I parked the car, the engine ticking as it cooled in the night air. The silence settled around me like a blanket, broken only by the distant cry of what might have been a coyote. I grabbed my bag, a small duffel with just enough clothes for the weekend, and stepped out into the cool night air. My shoes crunched on the gravel, the sound startlingly loud. The silence of the desert pressed in around me, a living thing with weight and presence. It was the kind of quiet that made you feel small, like the world was holding its breath, waiting for something. The smell hit me next, dust and age and something underneath, something almost sweet but not quite pleasant, like flowers left too long in a vase, their water gone cloudy and sour. I shouldered my bag and walked toward the reception, my shadow stretching long and distorted in front of me. Above, the sky was a carpet of stars, more than I'd ever seen in my life, stretching from horizon to horizon. The Milky Way carved a bright path across the darkness, and for a moment, I just stood there, head tilted back, breath caught in my throat. It was beautiful and terrifying all at once, a reminder of how tiny we are, how insignificant against the vastness of the universe. Inside, the reception area was a time capsule of its own. The carpet was a threadbare brown, stained in places, and the walls were lined with wood paneling that had warped over the years. A small black and white TV sat on a rickety stand in the corner, its screen flickering with some old show I couldn't place. The air was thick with the smell of cigarettes and coffee and something else, something musty and old. A ceiling fan turned lazily overhead, its blades covered in a layer of dust, so thick I wondered if it was doing more harm than good. Behind the counter was an old man, his face weathered like the desert itself, deep lines etched into his skin. His hair was thin and white, combed carefully over a spotted scalp, and his eyes were a pale, watery blue that reminded me of faded denim. He didn't look up as I walked in, his eyes fixed on the TV, a cigarette dangling from his lips. the ash dangerously close to falling. His hands were liver-spotted and gnarled, the veins standing out like blue rivers under paper-thin skin. They rested on an open book, not a modern registry, but an honest-to-God ledger, its pages filled with handwritten entries. I cleared my throat, shifting my bag on my shoulder. "I need a room," I said, my voice rough from hours of silence. My eyelids felt like they were made of lead, and I rubbed at them, trying to shake off the fog in my head. The clock on the wall behind him read 9:17, but it seemed to be broken, the second hand ticking forward and then jerking back to the same spot, over and over. He glanced at me then, his gaze slow and heavy, like he was sizing me up. There was something disconcerting about his eyes, not just their paleness, but the way they seemed to look through me, as if seeing something I couldn't. He took a long drag from his cigarette, the ember glowing bright in the dim room, and then exhaled, a cloud of smoke drifting up toward the ceiling. He flicked his eyes to a thick registry book on the counter, its pages yellowed and curling like the directory I'd used. "We don't get many folks out here anymore," he said, his voice gravelly, almost swallowed by the hum of the TV. He spoke slowly, each word measured, as if he had all the time in the world. "Most people stick to the highway these days, the new interstate they call it. Not much traffic on the old roads." He laughed, a dry sound like paper crumpling. "You sure you want to stay?" I nodded, too tired to second-guess myself. "I'm beat. Just need a place for the night." I pulled out my wallet, ready to pay whatever he asked. Money didn't matter at this point. I just wanted to lie down, to close my eyes and slip into oblivion for a few hours. He studied me for a moment longer, then shrugged, a barely perceptible movement of his bony shoulders. "Suit yourself," he muttered, and pushed the registry toward me. "Name and license plate. $20 for the night. Cash only." He tapped a wrinkled finger on the page, indicating where I should sign. I scribbled my information: Daniel Mitchell, Arizona plates 4RT789, and handed over a $20 bill. He took it without counting, folding it into his shirt pocket with practiced ease. Then he reached under the counter and pulled out a key attached to a chipped plastic tag. "Room 6, he muttered, sliding it across to me. The metal was cold in my hand, and I mumbled a thanks before heading out, eager to collapse. The door creaked as I pulled it open, a sound that seemed to echo in the empty lot. Outside, the desert night had deepened, the sky a vast canvas of stars. The air was cooler now, and I shivered slightly as I walked along the row of rooms, counting off the numbers. The silence pressed in around me, broken only by the sound of my footsteps and the distant, mournful wail of what had to be a coyote. It sounded lonely, that cry, and for a moment I felt a strange kinship with the unseen animal, both of us alone in the vastness of the desert night. The hallway to my room was narrow and dim, the air thick with the smell of stale smoke, and something else, something damp and earthy, like wood that had been soaked and left to rot. The fluorescent lights overhead buzzed faintly, casting a sickly yellow glow that made the shadows dance. Water stains marked the ceiling in places, dark patches spreading like ink blots. My footsteps echoed on the worn linoleum, and I kept my eyes on the numbers on the doors. 3, 4, 5, until I reached 6. The door was like all the others, turquoise paint peeling away in strips, a tarnished brass number screwed into the wood. The key stuck in the lock, and I had to jiggle it a few times before it turned with a rusty groan. The door creaked as I pushed it open, the hinges groaning like they hadn't been touched in years. I fumbled for a light switch, my fingers brushing against peeling wallpaper before finding it. The overhead light flickered reluctantly to life, revealing my home for the night. The room was exactly what I'd expected, and somehow worse. The wallpaper was a faded floral pattern, peeling at the edges, revealing patches of cracked plaster underneath. The ceiling was water-stained, just like the hallway, with a brown patch directly above the bed that looked unnervingly like a face if you stared at it too long. The bed was a sagging twin with a thin, lumpy mattress, covered in a quilt that looked like it hadn't been washed since the motel opened. The fabric was a faded patchwork of blues and greens, frayed at the edges and thin in spots where the batting showed through. A scratched-up dresser sat against one wall, a cloudy mirror hanging above it, its surface so mottled I could barely see my reflection. The few times my grandfather had talked about his travels, he'd mentioned how he always checked under the bed and in the closet first thing, an old habit from his time in the Korean War. I found myself doing the same, dropping to my knees to peer under the bed, nothing but dust, and opening the narrow closet door, empty except for a few wire hangers that rattled like bones. In the corner was an old TV, its antenna bent and rusted, and a single lamp on the nightstand that looked like it might not even work. The shade was yellowed with age, and when I switched it on, the bulb cast a weak, jaundiced light that barely reached the corners of the room. The air felt heavy, like it was holding on to decades of dust and secrets. A small table and chair stood under the window, the surface scratched with initials and dates. JM plus DT, 1968. Bobby was here 1971. Sarah 69. The marks of people who had passed through, leaving their tiny marks on the world. I didn't care. I was too tired to care. I locked the door behind me, slid the chain into place, and even wedged the chair under the doorknob for good measure. Pop's voice again. Better safe than sorry, Danny. I kicked off my shoes, stripped down to my t-shirt and boxers, and dropped my bag by the bed. The mattress creaked under my weight as I climbed in, pulling the quilt up to my chin. The fabric smelled faintly of mildew, and something else, something sweeter. Maybe the detergent they'd used, decades ago. I was past the point of noticing. My eyes fluttered shut, and within seconds, the world faded away. The last thing I remember was the sound of the wind picking up outside, whistling through some crack in the window frame, a high, lonely sound that followed me down into darkness. Sleep came fast, a deep, heavy pull that dragged me under like a current. I don't know how long I was out, minutes, maybe hours, when something stirred me awake. It was faint at first, a sound so soft I thought I'd imagined it. Whispers. Low, hushed voices that seemed to drift through the room, circling me like a breeze I couldn't feel. I tried to ignore them, to sink back into sleep, but they grew sharper, more insistent, tugging at the edges of my mind. I've always been a heavy sleeper. My ex used to joke that a tornado could tear the roof off and I'd sleep through it, so being woken by such faint sounds was unusual. I drifted in that hazy space between sleep and wakefulness, my body heavy and unresponsive even as my mind began to clear. The whispers continued, words I couldn't quite make out, spoken so quickly they blurred together. They sounded urgent, frantic even, like a warning. A warning about what? My eyes snapped open, my heart slamming against my ribs. The room was pitch black, the lamp I'd left on somehow extinguished. The air felt thicker now, heavy with that same musty scent, only stronger, like it was pressing down on me. I sat up, my breath shallow, and whispered into the darkness, "Who's there?" Nothing answered. The whisper stopped, leaving only the sound of my own ragged breathing. I fumbled for my phone on the nightstand, my fingers clumsy with adrenaline. The screen lit up, 2:47 a.m. I stared at it, trying to calm myself. It was just a dream, I told myself. Just my tired brain playing tricks. I reached for the lamp, flicking it on. The bulb buzzed to life, casting a weak, trembling light that barely reached the corners of the room. That's when I saw the mirror. Across from the bed, its cloudy surface reflected the dim glow. And something else. A shape. A faint, blurry outline of a figure standing behind me. My stomach dropped, ice flooding my veins. I whipped around, expecting to see someone, something looming over me. But the room was empty. Just the bed, the dresser, the TV. No one. I turned back to the mirror, my pulse roaring in my ears. The figure was gone. I rubbed my eyes, hard, telling myself it was exhaustion, a hallucination from too little sleep and too much driving. I almost believed it, until the TV flickered on. The screen crackled with static, a harsh white noise that filled the room. I hadn't touched it, hadn't even seen a remote. My hands shook as I stared, watching the static slowly give way to an image. It was grainy, black and white, like the old man's TV in the lobby, but clearer now. It showed the motel's front desk, not as it was tonight, but how it must have been years ago. The counter was polished, the carpet new, the lighting bright and warm. People moved across the screen, guests checking in, families with suitcases, a little girl in a puffy dress clutching a doll. The old man was there too, younger, his face less lined, his posture straighter. I couldn't look away. The scene shifted, showing more of the motel, the pool, now empty and cracked, but then full of clear blue water with children splashing and laughing. The hallway. I'd walk down, its walls clean and bright, the light fixtures gleaming. Then the image changed again, this time to a family enjoying dinner at the little table in their room. A man in a short-sleeved shirt, a woman with her hair in a beehive, and 2 children, a boy and a girl. They were smiling, eating fried chicken from a bucket. So normal and happy it made my chest ache. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. It felt like I was watching a memory, a moment trapped in time. The images flickered and jumped, sometimes showing the same scenes, sometimes new ones. A couple dancing in their room to music I couldn't hear. A businessman working late at the desk. A young couple stealing kisses by the ice machine. Lives lived and forgotten, preserved only in this strange, ghostly broadcast. My phone buzzed on the nightstand, jolting me so hard I nearly fell off the bed. The screen flashed unknown number. My hands trembled as I swiped to answer, pressing it to my ear. "Hello?" I croaked. A voice came through, so faint I had to strain to hear it. "Get out, now." It was a whisper, urgent and cold, and then the line went dead. The voice had sounded young, maybe a child, but with a strange echo to it, as if it were coming from the bottom of a well. I dropped the phone, my eyes darting back to the TV. The image had changed. Now it showed a room, my room. The same peeling wallpaper, the same scratched dresser, and on the bed was a figure curled under the quilt, sleeping. It was me, my face, my clothes, my exact position from just hours ago. But I wasn't asleep now. I was standing here, watching. The whispers started again, louder, angrier, coming from everywhere, under the bed, behind the dresser, inside the walls. They overlapped, a chorus of voices I couldn't understand, rising into a frantic hum that clawed at my nerves. The room seemed to darken at the edges, the shadows growing, stretching toward me like fingers. The air felt thick, hard to breathe, and the temperature dropped so suddenly I could see my breath clouding in front of me. On the TV, something was happening to the sleeping me. The picture zoomed in on my face, peaceful in sleep, but then the image began to change. My skin grew pale, then gray, my cheeks hollow, my eyes sunken. I was watching myself decay, watching death claim me and fast forward. I grabbed my keys, my shoes, anything I could reach, and bolted for the door. It flew open with a groan, and I stumbled into the hallway expecting to see the dim, musty corridor I'd walked through earlier. But it wasn't the same hallway. The lights were brighter, the linoleum gleaming, the air clean and free of smoke. And it was full of people. Shadowy figures in old-fashioned clothes, men in suits, women in dresses, kids with toys. They lined the walls, staring at me with hollow, empty eyes. Some looked confused, as if they didn't know how they'd gotten there. Others looked sad, resigned. A few looked afraid, their faces frozen in expressions of terror. One woman stood out, her hair in curlers, her robe cinched tightly around her waist, her eyes fixed on mine, and her mouth moved, forming words I couldn't hear. But I could read her lips. "Too late for us. Not for you. Run." I pushed through them, their forms cold and insubstantial, like brushing through mist. It felt like walking through freezing water, each phantom touch leaving goosebumps on my skin. My heart pounded as I ran, the exit sign glowing red at the end of the hall. I didn't look back, didn't stop, just threw myself against the door and burst into the night. The parking lot was there, my car waiting under the flickering neon sign. But the motel was different now. It looked newer, cleaner, like in the images on the TV. People milled about, shadows against the bright windows of their rooms. A family laughed as they unloaded their station wagon, the father lifting a sleepy child from the back seat. A couple walked hand in hand toward the office, their faces turned to each other, lost in conversation. And then I smelled it. Smoke. Thick, acrid smoke pouring from an open door down the row. A woman ran out, screaming, her nightgown flapping around her legs. Flames licked at the curtains in her room, bright orange tongues that spread faster than seemed possible. More doors flew open, more people running, shouting, crying. The fire jumped from room to room, racing along the roof, devouring everything in its path. I fumbled with my keys, hands shaking so bad I could barely fit them in the lock. When I finally got the door open, I risked a glance over my shoulder. The fire had reached my room now, the window shattered, flames roaring through the opening. The people in the parking lot weren't running anymore. They stood still, watching the blaze, their forms growing transparent as the flames grew higher. I could see through them to the desert beyond, to the empty, weed-choked lot where the motel should have been. Because it wasn't there. No buildings, no sign, just an empty lot choked with weeds and dust, stretching out into the dark. The only real things were my car, the gravel under my feet, and the stars overhead, cold and distant. I jumped in the car, slammed the door, and peeled out, gravel spitting under my tires. The road blurred past me, my chest tight, my mind racing. I didn't stop until I hit the next town, pulling into a gas station under the harsh glare of fluorescent lights. My hands wouldn't stop shaking as I sat there trying to piece it all together. The attendant gave me a strange look when I went inside to pay for gas, probably because I was dressed in a t-shirt and boxers, my feet shoved hastily into unlaced shoes, my hair wild. "You okay, mister?" he asked, sliding my change across the counter. I nodded, not trusting my voice. He didn't look convinced, but he didn't press. I bought coffee, black and bitter, and sat in my car, watching the sun rise, painting the desert in shades of gold and pink. Later, when I could think straight, I dug into it. I called my mom from a payphone, asked her about Pop's trips through Arizona. She was surprised. I hadn't talked much about Pop since the funeral, but she told me what she knew. Yes, he'd traveled through the Southwest often. Yes, he'd had some strange experiences on the road. He used to have nightmares, she said. About a fire, I think. He never wanted to talk about it. When I got home, I researched more. The Desert Rest Motel had burned down in 1972, a fire that started in the wiring and spread fast, trapping everyone inside. Guests, staff, all gone. 37 people died that night. No one rebuilt it. The lot had sat empty ever since. That directory I'd used? It was from my grandfather's things, dated 1971. He'd told me once, years ago, about a trip he'd taken through Arizona, a night he'd spent at a motel he swore was cursed. He'd woken up to smoke, to screams, and barely made it out before the flames took everything. I'd thought it was just a story, an old man's exaggeration. But now I knew. I'd found that same place, walked its halls, slept in its bed. History had reached out across the decades, pulling me into its grip, whispering its warnings. And somehow, against all odds, I'd escaped, just like he had. When I looked again at his directory, at the faded writing next to the Desert Rest listing, I could finally make out what he'd written. Quiet, it said, and then, too quiet. Death sleeps here. I think about that night often, about the people trapped in that endless loop, reliving their last hours over and over, reaching out to anyone who might listen. I wonder if they were trying to warn me, to save me from sharing their fate, or if they were trying to keep me there, another soul to join their lonely vigil. I wonder if Pop ever went back, ever tried to understand what had happened to him. I've thought about going back myself, about driving down that lonely road, finding that empty lot, seeing if the ghosts are still there, still trapped in their endless night. But I haven't. Maybe I never will. As I sat in that gas station, the first rays of dawn breaking over the horizon, I felt a strange peace settle over me. The terror was still there, a raw edge I'd never shake, but so was something else. Relief, gratitude, a quiet triumph. I'd faced the past and come out the other side, alive and whole. The road stretched ahead, open and bright, and for the first time in hours, I smiled. I'd made it, and that was enough. Sometimes I still dream about them, the woman in the curlers, the family eating chicken, the little girl with her doll. In my dreams, they're at peace. Their vigil ended, their story finally told. And sometimes, just as I'm waking, I think I hear Pop's voice, gruff but gentle. Always have a backup plan, Danny, and always trust your gut. I do now, Pop. I promise I do. The rain poured down in sheets, a steady beat that filled the air as I stepped out of the office building in downtown Seattle. The day had been long, filled with endless meetings and paperwork, and now the sky was unleashing its fury, turning the streets into rivers of shimmering water. Neon signs glowed through the haze, their colors bouncing off the wet asphalt, while headlights streaked past in blurry lines of white and yellow. I pulled my jacket tighter around me, the cold seeping into my bones, and muttered a curse under my breath. My umbrella, the cheap, flimsy one I kept in my bag, had gone missing somewhere between my desk and the elevator, leaving me defenseless against the storm. My shoulders were already soaked, my hair plastered to my forehead as I hunched against the downpour. Water dripped from my nose and chin, each cold droplet a tiny reminder of my misery. I thought about ducking into one of the crowded coffee shops along the street, waiting out the worst of it, but I knew from experience these Seattle storms could last for hours. My apartment, with its warm shower and dry clothes, called to me like a beacon. I trudged along the sidewalk, my shoes squishing with every step, when something caught my eye. There, lying open on the ground, was an umbrella. It wasn't like any I'd seen before. Jet black with intricate silver designs curling across it like delicate vines climbing a wall. The handle was a rich, dark wood, polished to a shine, and at the very tip, a tiny carving of an eye stared up at me, so detailed it almost seemed alive. The wind howled around me, tugging at my clothes, but the umbrella didn't budge, as if it were rooted to the spot. It looked expensive, too fancy to be abandoned like this, and yet there it was, alone in the rain. A strange feeling crept over me as I stared at it. The eye carving seemed to watch me, following my movements. I blinked hard, telling myself it was just my imagination playing tricks, fueled by exhaustion and the gloomy weather. I stopped, water dripping off the brim of my hood, and glanced up and down the street. No one was around, no hurried footsteps, no voices calling out for a lost item. The city felt strangely empty, the usual hum of life drowned out by the storm. Part of me wanted to leave it, to keep walking and let someone else deal with it, but the rain was pounding harder now, stinging my face like tiny needles. My apartment was still 10 blocks away, and the thought of slogging through this mess without cover was unbearable. So, pushing aside the odd feeling in my gut, I bent down, wrapped my fingers around the smooth handle, and lifted it over my head. The wood felt warm against my palm, almost alive, as if it had been clutched in someone's hand just moments ago. I hesitated for a second, a small voice in the back of my mind whispering that I should leave it be. But the practical part of me won out. I needed shelter from this relentless downpour. The moment it opened above me, something shifted. The sound of the rain, so loud and constant just seconds ago, faded into a strange, muffled quiet. It wasn't that the storm had stopped. I could still see the drops falling, heavy and fast, but they hit the umbrella without a sound, like they were being swallowed up instead of bouncing off. The air felt different too, heavier somehow, pressing against my skin. I shook my head, chalking it up to exhaustion, and started walking faster, the silver etchings glinting faintly in the glow of the streetlights. As I walked, I noticed people giving me odd looks. A woman hurrying past with her own umbrella did a double take, her eyes widening before she quickened her pace. An old man standing in a doorway crossed himself as I passed. I glanced up at the umbrella, wondering if something was wrong with it, but it looked normal enough. Just unusually elegant for someone like me who usually bought the cheapest option at the drugstore. The farther I walked, the emptier the streets became. Store windows that should have been bright and inviting were dimmed, and the few people I saw seemed to be hurrying away from me, rather than just going about their business. A dog being walked by its owner began to growl as I approached, pulling at its leash until its owner dragged it across the street, away from my path. By the time I reached my building, my clothes were soaked from the knees down, but my head and shoulders were dry thanks to the umbrella. I climbed the stairs to my apartment, the old wooden steps creaking under my weight, and fumbled with my keys. Inside, the familiar warmth of home greeted me, a stark contrast to the chill outside. I shook the umbrella out, watching droplets scatter across the floor, and propped it against the wall near the door. It stood there, tall and elegant, a stranger in my cluttered little space. I told myself I'd try to find its owner later, maybe put up a note in the lobby or ask around. For now, I just wanted dry clothes and sleep. As I peeled off my wet jacket, I caught my reflection in the hallway mirror and froze. For just a second, so brief I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it. I saw someone else standing behind me, a pale figure with hollow eyes. I spun around, heart racing, but there was only the empty hallway, the umbrella leaning innocently against the wall. Just my nerves, I told myself, just the stress of the day playing with my mind. I made a quick dinner, reheated pasta from yesterday, and ate it while scrolling through my phone, trying to distract myself from the uneasy feeling that had settled in my stomach. I found myself glancing at the umbrella every few minutes, as if expecting it to move. The carved eye on the handle seemed to be watching me, though I knew that was impossible. That night, the storm raged on, the rain tapping against my window like restless fingers. I fell into bed, my body heavy with fatigue, and slipped into a deep, dreamless sleep. Or so I thought. Somewhere in the darkness, a nightmare took hold, sharp and vivid, pulling me under like a riptide. I found myself standing in the middle of a wide, endless street, the umbrella clutched in my hands. Rain poured down, but it wasn't the clean, cold water I knew. It was black, thick as oil, and carried a sharp, metallic stench that burned my nose. The buildings around me loomed tall and broken, their walls cracked and crumbling, windows shattered into jagged holes. The air was thick, hard to breathe, like I was drowning on dry land. The black rain felt hot on my skin where it touched me, leaving tiny welts like cigarette burns. I tried to walk, to find shelter, but my feet seemed rooted to the spot, as if the asphalt had softened and was slowly swallowing me. The umbrella was the only thing keeping me from being completely drenched in that burning black liquid. I tilted my head back, the umbrella shielding me from the strange rain, and that's when I saw them. High above, figures dangled from the sky, dozens of them, swaying gently as if hung by invisible threads. They were upside down, their arms limp, their faces pale and hollow. Their eyes, empty black pits, stared straight at me, unblinking, while their mouths stretched wide in silent, endless screams. The sight clawed at my chest, a terror so deep I couldn't move, couldn't scream back. One of the hanging figures twitched, its head turning slowly until its black pit eyes fixed directly on me. Its mouth moved, forming words I couldn't hear over the hiss of the toxic rain. Then another turned, and another, until all of them were facing me, their mouths moving in perfect unison, speaking words meant for me alone. I tried to run, but my feet were sunk ankle-deep in the softening road. The umbrella suddenly felt heavy in my hands, pulling downward as if someone were hanging from it. I looked down and saw black liquid pouring from the handle, running over my fingers, burning my skin. I tried to let go, but my hands wouldn't obey. They stayed locked around the wooden handle as if glued there. A low whisper reached my ears, rising above the sound of the rain. "You've found us," it said, in a voice like rustling dead leaves. "Now we've found you." I woke with a gasp, my heart pounding so hard it hurt. Sweat soaked my shirt, sticking it to my skin, and I sat up, gulping air like I'd been underwater. The room was dark, the rain still drumming outside, a steady reminder of the storm. I pressed my hands to my face, trying to shake off the images, telling myself it was just a bad dream, nothing more. I reached for the water bottle on my nightstand, my throat dry, and froze mid-motion. There, in the corner of my room, stood the umbrella, my breath caught. I'd left it by the door. I was sure of it. I could picture it leaning against the wall, the little puddle of rainwater beneath it. But now it was here, upright beside my closet, its silver designs catching the faint moonlight filtering through the curtains. My pulse raced, a cold sweat breaking out across my back. Maybe I'd moved it without thinking, half asleep after a long day. That had to be it. I forced myself to calm down, flicked on the bedside lamp, and let the soft glow fill the room. The umbrella looked normal enough, just an object out of place. Still, my hands shook as I got out of bed, grabbed it, and carried it back to the front door. This time, I turned the lock with a firm click, as if that could keep it where it belonged. Back in bed, I couldn't fall asleep. Every creak of the old building, every gust of wind against the windows had me sitting up, staring at the bedroom door, expecting to see the umbrella standing there. My phone said it was 3:17 a.m., the dead of night, when everything feels more frightening, more possible. I tried to rationalize what had happened. I must have moved it myself, maybe during a sleepwalking episode, though I'd never sleepwalked before, or maybe I'd hallucinated seeing it by my closet, a leftover image from my nightmare merging with reality in those confusing moments between sleep and wakefulness. I must have drifted off eventually because the next thing I knew, pale morning light was filtering through my blinds. The storm had weakened overnight, but a steady drizzle still tapped against the windows, and the sky outside was the color of wet cement. Morning came gray and wet, the storm showing no signs of letting up. I rolled out of bed, groggy and unsettled, and shuffled to the kitchen to make coffee. That's when I heard it, a slow, steady drip, like a faucet left running. I checked the sink, the bathroom, even the windows, but everything was dry. The sound wasn't coming from any of those places. It was coming from the closet. My stomach twisted, a sick feeling rising inside me. I moved toward the sound, each step slow and deliberate, the floor cold against my bare feet. The closet door was cracked open, just a sliver, revealing nothing but shadow beyond. My hand hovered over the knob, trembling, before I gripped it and pulled the door wide. The umbrella stood there, alone in the empty space, and it was dripping wet. Not just damp. Water poured from it in a steady stream, pooling on the floor in a dark, spreading stain. I stepped closer, my breath shallow, and caught the smell, rusty, rotten, like the black rain from my nightmare. The puddle wasn't clear. It was inky and thick, shimmering faintly in the dim light. I gagged at the stench, covering my mouth with my sleeve. The liquid seemed to move of its own accord, spreading out in tendrils across the floor, reaching toward my bare feet. I jumped back, nearly slipping on the wet wood. This couldn't be happening. It wasn't real. It was just water. Dirty water maybe from the streets yesterday. But I knew it wasn't. Whatever was dripping from that umbrella wasn't anything that had fallen from the Seattle sky. I stumbled back, my heart in my throat, the air suddenly too heavy to breathe. The lights overhead flickered, buzzing faintly, and a cold whisper brushed past my ear. Not words, just a hiss of something icy and alive. Then everything went dark, the power cutting out with a soft pop. I fumbled for my phone, my fingers clumsy, and turned on the flashlight. The beam shook as I swung it around, the shadows leaping across the walls. I had to get out of the apartment, away from that thing. I grabbed my jacket, my shoes, and bolted for the door, the dripping sound echoing behind me. As I reached for the doorknob, I felt something cold and wet touch the back of my neck. A droplet slid down my spine, burning like dry ice against my skin. I whirled around, the flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, and saw the umbrella still in the closet. But something was wrong with it. The fabric seemed to be moving, rippling like the surface of a pond, disturbed by an unseen presence. The silver patterns were shifting too, forming new shapes, new patterns that hurt my eyes to look at. But as I reached for the handle, something stopped me dead. The umbrella was still in the closet. I could hear the water hitting the floor, but its reflection caught my eye. Not in a mirror, not in the window, but on its own surface. The black fabric had turned smooth and glassy, like a polished mirror, and it showed something that wasn't my apartment. It was the street from my dream, the ruined buildings, the black rain falling in sheets, the figures hanging above, their hollow eyes locked on me. My chest tightened, my breath coming in sharp gasps. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. My voice was trapped in my throat, choked by fear. I wanted to run, to crash through the door and never look back, but my legs wouldn't move. It was as if invisible hands were holding me in place, forcing me to watch as the scene in the umbrella's surface grew clearer, more real. I saw movement among the hanging figures. One of them was descending, being lowered slowly by those invisible threads, coming closer to the glassy surface of the umbrella. Its face became clearer as it neared. Hollow cheeks, skin stretched tight over bone. But the face had features I recognized. They were my features, distorted and wrong, but unmistakably mine. I turned, slow and terrified, and saw it in the reflection behind me. Something tall and twisted stood there, its body bent at wrong angles, its face split by a wide, jagged smile. A hand reached out, long, skeletal, dripping with that same black water, its fingers curling around the edge of the umbrella's surface, pulling itself closer, clawing its way into my world. The lights flickered one last time, then died completely, plunging me into darkness. The last thing I saw was my own face in that glassy reflection, my mouth stretched wide in a silent scream, matching the figures in the sky. Then the world went black, and I was gone. I don't know how long I was lost in that darkness. It felt like hours, days maybe. A time without light or sound or sensation. Just emptiness, and the distant knowledge that something was watching me, waiting. Occasionally, I'd feel something brush against me, fingers trailing across my cheek, a breath against my ear, a whisper I couldn't quite make out. But whenever I'd try to turn, to see what was there, I'd find only more darkness. Then, suddenly, I was falling, tumbling through space, the air rushing past me. I braced for impact, for pain, but instead felt the hard floor of my apartment beneath me, solid and real. I gasped, filling my lungs with sweet, clean air. The darkness didn't last forever, though. I woke, or came to, on the floor of my apartment, the umbrella lying beside me closed and dry. The rain had stopped, sunlight streaming through the window, warm and golden. My head throbbed, my body ached, but I was alive. I sat up, staring at the umbrella, its silver etchings dull in the morning light. The puddle was gone, the closet door shut tight, and the air felt normal again, light and clean. I ran my hands over my face, my arms, my legs, checking for injuries, for any sign of what had happened. There was nothing, no cuts, no burns from that black rain, just my own body, tired but unharmed. Had it all been a nightmare? a vivid hallucination brought on by stress and lack of sleep. The umbrella lay innocently beside me, looking like nothing more than an expensive accessory someone had lost. The silver patterns were just decorative swirls now, not the shifting alien symbols I'd seen in the darkness. The carved eye on the handle seemed lifeless, just a piece of wood shaped by skilled hands. I didn't touch it at first. I just watched it, waiting for something to happen, for the nightmare to come back. But it didn't. The day stretched on, quiet and ordinary, the city waking up outside my window. Finally, I made a decision. I grabbed the umbrella, wrapped it in an old towel, and carried it downstairs to the dumpster behind my building. I threw it in, the lid slamming shut with a clang, and walked away without looking back. Relief washed over me as I climbed back to my apartment, like I'd shed a weight I hadn't realized I was carrying. I showered, the hot water washing away the last of the fear, the memory of that darkness. I made myself a real breakfast, suddenly starving, and ate while watching the morning news. Everything was normal, ordinary. Traffic reports, weather updates, local politics. The world hadn't changed even if I had. That night, I slept deep and dreamless, the storm a distant memory. The next morning I went to work, the streets bustling with life, the sky clear and blue. I stopped at a little shop on my way, picking up a plain, cheap umbrella, just in case. Life moved on, the days blending into weeks, and the memory of that night faded like a shadow in the sun. One afternoon, I passed the spot where I'd found the umbrella, the sidewalk clean and empty, no trace of it left. I smiled to myself, a real easy smile, and kept walking. Whatever that thing was, whatever it wanted, it was gone. I'd let it go, left it behind in the rain-soaked dark. The city was mine again, bright and alive, and I had a new day ahead, dry, safe, and free. Or so I thought. It was 3 weeks later when the rain returned, a sudden downpour that caught everyone by surprise. I was leaving a restaurant, a dinner with friends that had run late, when the skies opened up. I pulled out my new umbrella, plain blue, no silver patterns, no carved eyes, and opened it as I stepped onto the sidewalk. That's when I saw him, across the street. A man standing perfectly still amid the hurrying crowds, water soaking through his clothes, plastering his hair to his head. He wasn't trying to get out of the rain, wasn't hunching his shoulders against the cold. He was just standing there, staring at me, and in his hand, held loosely at his side, was a black umbrella with silver patterns curling across its surface. I should have heard that little voice inside me, which whispered that something was not right. Do you know this feeling, the tight knot in your stomach that tells you to slow down, to think twice? I ignored it. I was very tired of driving for hours, with nothing but the buzz of the engine of my car to keep me company. It was past midnight, and I was somewhere in the middle of nowhere, cutting through the large and lonely stretches of rural Nevada. My plan was simple. Keep going straight to California. That's what I said to myself anyway. It seemed so easy in my head. The dashboard shone slightly, shedding a soft green light on my hands as they grasped the steering wheel. My eyes were heavy, and the endless black road ahead blurred in a sleepy mist. Then, out of nowhere, my GPS shook me awake. The screen blinked like it was having a bad dream. Recalculating, it said in that robotic voice, which always sounds a little too calm. A moment later, a new route appeared on the screen. It wasn't the same direct shot that I was following. It curved to the side, promising to shave almost an hour from my trip. I stared at it for a second, my tired brain trying to decide. The road where I was stretched forever, dark and empty, without cars, no lights, no signs of life. It seemed safe in its boring and predictable way. But this new road, it looked tempting. The small line on the GPS map was smooth and solid, suggesting a paved real path, not a dirt trail that would swallow my tires. I chewed my lip, looking between the screen and the road ahead. Why not? I muttered to myself, my voice barely audible above the engine's hum. I flicked on my blinker, even though there was no one around to see it, and turned the wheel. That was my first mistake. If I had known what was coming, I would have kept driving straight, tired as I was. But I didn't know. Not yet. The new road started well enough. It stretched out before me, curling softly around wide, open fields that shone slightly silver under the moonlight. From time to time, a cluster of scraggly trees appeared, their branches extending like bony fingers against the night sky. My headlights cut through the darkness, but they didn't seem as strong as usual. The beams barely reached the edges of the road, leaving the world beyond them, swallowed in shadows. I shook my head to clear it, chalking it up to my exhausted imagination. But as I continued, something started to feel off. The air inside the car grew heavy, like I'd rolled up the windows in the middle of a thick fog. I hadn't, though. The windows were cracked open, letting in the cool Nevada night. Still, it felt like the silence was pressing down on me, wrapping around my chest like a too-tight blanket. Outside, nothing moved. The trees stood too still, like they were frozen in time or holding their breath. No crickets chirped, no night birds called, no wind rustled the dry grass. The only sound was my own breathing, which seemed to grow louder and more ragged with each passing mile, filling the space around me with its nervous rhythm. I reached for the radio, my fingers fumbling with the dial. The static hissed through the speakers, white noise that somehow made the silence feel even deeper, even more wrong. I flipped through the stations, hoping for a late-night DJ, a classic rock song, even a commercial, anything human to break through this eerie quiet. Nothing but static. I clicked it off again, and the silence rushed back in, thick as mud. My eyes darted to the fuel gauge. Half a tank. Enough to get me back to the main highway if I turned around now. The thought had barely formed when something made me stomp on the brake pedal. A dark shape darted across the road. It happened so fast I couldn't be sure what I'd seen. Just a blur of movement, low to the ground and quick as a shadow, cutting through my headlight beams. My heart slammed against my ribs as the car jerked to a stop, the seatbelt digging into my chest. Breathing hard, I leaned forward over the wheel, squinting into the darkness beyond the hood. Nothing. No animal, no person, just empty road stretching out in both directions. "Get it together," I whispered, my voice sounding strange and hollow in the car's interior. "You're tired. Your eyes are playing tricks." But even as I said it, the hair on the back of my neck stood up. Something about that shape hadn't moved right. It hadn't run or bounded like a deer or coyote. It had glided, like its feet never touched the ground. I sat there for a long moment, one foot hovering over the gas pedal, the other pressed hard against the brake. The rational part of my brain, the part that still believed in physics and normal explanations, told me to keep going. It was probably just an animal, strange looking in the distorted light of my high beams. The other part, the primitive brain that knows when danger is near, screamed at me to turn around. In the end, fatigue won out. I'd come this far already. Turning back meant adding hours to my trip. I eased my foot off the brake and pressed down on the gas again, harder this time, as if I could outrun whatever unease was crawling up my spine. The road curved more sharply now, twisting through the landscape like a snake. The fields on either side gave way to hills that rose like hunched shoulders, blocking out the stars. The moon ducked behind clouds, and suddenly the only light came from my headlights, which seemed to grow dimmer with every mile. I glanced at my phone, thinking I could check the map, but the screen glared back at me with the words, "No service." Of course. Middle of nowhere. Nevada. What did I expect? I looked at my GPS instead, but what I saw made my stomach drop. The screen had frozen. The little arrow that represented my car hadn't moved in miles, stuck on some random stretch of road that didn't match what was outside my windshield. I tapped the screen, then hit it harder with my palm. Nothing. The map stayed frozen, the estimated arrival time now reading blank, nothing. Great, just great. I kept driving, trying to ignore the growing knot of anxiety in my gut. The road should have connected with another highway by now. That's what the GPS had shown before it froze. A simple detour that cut through some backcountry before rejoining the main route to California. But I'd been driving for over an hour, and there was no sign of any intersection, any turnoff, any sign pointing me back toward civilization. Just this endless, twisting road that seemed to lead nowhere. The dashboard clock read 2:17 a.m. when I finally admitted to myself that I was lost. Not just taking a detour, actually, seriously lost in the Nevada desert with no cell service, no GPS, and no idea which direction would lead me back to the main highway. My throat felt dry and the beginnings of a headache pulsed behind my eyes. I needed to turn around, retrace my steps, find my way back to where this detour had started. I pulled over on the shoulder, the gravel crunching under my tires. The engine idled, a comforting rumble in the silence. I took a deep breath, ran my hands through my hair, and made a U-turn, heading back the way I'd come. Or at least, that's what I thought I was doing. After 15 minutes of driving, nothing looked familiar. The road still twisted and turned, the landscape still dark and featureless beyond my headlights. It was like I'd never turned around at all, like the road itself had shifted, rearranging itself behind me while I wasn't looking. Impossible, of course. Roads don't move. But as the minutes ticked by with no sign of the way back, a cold fear began to spread through me, starting in my stomach and creeping out to my fingers and toes. Then something happened that made my blood freeze. The radio clicked on by itself. I hadn't touched the dial, hadn't even looked at it. But suddenly the speakers crackled with static, and through the noise came a voice. Low, distorted, like someone talking underwater. "Turn around," it said. Just those two words, garbled and strange. My hand shot out and smacked the power button, silencing the voice. My heart hammered so hard I could feel it in my throat. Had I imagined it? Was I so tired that I was hallucinating now? I drove faster, the engine whining as I pushed it harder than I should have on the unfamiliar road. My headlights swept over a sign up ahead, and I nearly cried with relief. Finally, something that could tell me where I was, point me back toward the main highway. I slowed down as I approached, leaning forward to read the weather-beaten letters. "Welcome to Frostbarrow," it said. "Population 116. My relief vanished instantly. A town. Not a highway marker, not a road sign pointing to the interstate, but a town I'd never heard of. Still, people meant help. Directions. Maybe a motel where I could crash for a few hours before figuring this out. The road straightened as it approached the town, and a cluster of buildings emerged from the darkness. They looked old, the kind of old that speaks of neglect rather than history. Paint peeled from wooden sidings, windows stared blankly like dead eyes, and the single streetlight flickered weakly, as if it might give up at any moment. Not exactly welcoming, but at this point I'd take any sign of human life. I slowed to a crawl as I entered the town proper. Main Street, if you could call it that, consisted of a handful of buildings, a gas station with ancient pumps, its neon sign buzzing and half burnt out, a diner with grimy windows and closed sign hanging crookedly on the door, a small grocery store that looked like it hadn't been restocked since the 90s, and a few houses set back from the road, dark and silent. No cars moved on the street, no people walked the sidewalks. Even the air felt different here, heavier, older somehow, like the oxygen had been breathed too many times. I pulled up to the gas station, more out of habit than hope. The place looked abandoned, but maybe there was a map inside, or at least a bathroom I could use. I switched off the engine, and the sudden silence pressed against my ears like cotton wool. That's when I noticed something strange. The gas station sign, which had seemed burnt out from a distance, wasn't spelling the usual gas or fuel. The letters that still glowed read RSTOP. The missing letters, I realized with a chill, would have spelled NEVE, never stop. I blinked, and suddenly the sign read Rest Stop in steady neon, no flickering, no missing letters. I rubbed my eyes. I really was losing it. I got out of the car, the door closing behind me with a sound that seemed too loud in the quiet town. The air smelled wrong, not the clean desert scent I'd expect, but something musty and damp, like old books or forgotten basements. The gas station's door was unlocked. I pushed it open, and a bell jingled overhead, the cheerful sound jarring against the gloom inside. The space was dimly lit by a single fluorescent tube that hummed and spat blue-white light over dusty shelves stocked with faded packages. Behind the counter, a register that looked straight out of the 1950s sat unused. "Hello?" I called, my voice sounding thin and nervous even to my own ears. "Anyone here?" No answer. Just the hum of the fluorescent light and the tick of a clock I couldn't see. I spotted a rack of maps near the counter and headed for it, relieved to find something useful. But as I got closer, I saw that they weren't road maps at all. They were all identical copies of the same thing. A hand-drawn map of Frostbarrow, with streets labeled in spidery handwriting. Main Street, where I stood now. Church Street, running perpendicular. Hollow Road, circling around the edge of town. And that was it. 3 streets, none of them connecting to any highway, any road out. According to this map, Frostbarrow existed in isolation, a tiny island in a blank sea of paper. My hands shook as I set the map back in its rack. This wasn't right. None of this was right. I needed to get back in my car and drive anywhere, just away from this place. I turned to go, and that's when I saw him. A man stood in the doorway, silhouetted against the darkness outside. He was tall and thin, dressed in what looked like an old-fashioned gas station attendant's uniform, blue coveralls and a cap pulled low over his face. I couldn't make out his features in the dim light, but something about the way he stood, perfectly still, sent ice water running through my veins. "Sorry," I stammered, taking a step back. "I was just looking for directions. The door was open, so I thought—" He moved then, stepping into the light, and I got my first clear look at his face. Except, there wasn't exactly a face to see. Where features should have been, there was a blur, like a photograph taken while the subject was moving. It shifted and changed as I stared, sometimes almost forming into a normal human face, then dissolving again into a smear of shadow and light. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think, couldn't do anything but stare at that impossible, changing non-face as he took another step toward me. "You shouldn't be here," he said, his voice the same underwater garble I'd heard on my radio. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, filling the small shop with its strange distorted tones. I backed up until I hit the counter, my hand groping blindly for anything I could use as a weapon. My fingers closed around a heavy flashlight, and I raised it, pointing it at him like a gun. "Stay back," I warned, my voice breaking. "I'm just passing through. I'll be gone in a minute." The figure tilted its head, the motion too smooth, too fluid to be natural. "Everyone is just passing through," it said, "but some never leave." That was it. I bolted, shoving past him to the door. His body felt wrong as I touched it, not solid, not warm, but something in between, like pushing through thick jello. I didn't look back as I ran to my car, fumbling with the keys, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. The engine roared to life, and I slammed the car into reverse, tires screeching as I backed out of the gas station lot. Through the windshield, I could see the figure standing in the doorway, watching me go, that blurred face never turning away. I spun the wheel, pointing the car back the way I'd come, and floored it. The town's few buildings flashed by in a blur as I raced toward the Welcome to Frostbarrow sign and the dark road beyond. 20 minutes later, I was still driving, my hands clenched so tight on the wheel that my fingers had gone numb. The radio stayed off. The GPS screen remained dark. I didn't dare look in the rearview mirror, afraid of what I might see following me. The road twisted and turned, just as it had before. The landscape outside remained dark and featureless, but I kept going, telling myself that if I drove long enough, I'd find my way back to the highway, back to normal. Then I saw the sign ahead, illuminated in my headlights. Welcome to Frostbarrow, population 116. No, it couldn't be. I'd been driving away from Frostbarrow, not toward it. I'd seen the town disappear behind me. There was no way I could have circled back. But there it was, the same weathered sign, the same peeling paint, and beyond it, the same cluster of buildings, dark and waiting. I slammed on the brakes, the car skidding to a stop just before the sign. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what was happening. Had I somehow turned around without realizing it? Had I been so tired that I'd gotten confused about which way I was going? No, I knew exactly which way I'd been driving, away from Frostbarrow, always away. But here I was, again, right back where I'd started. I sat there, the engine idling, staring at that sign like it might give me answers. My phone still showed no service. My GPS still displayed a frozen map. I was alone with this impossibility, this loop that shouldn't exist. I put the car in reverse and backed up, turning around to head in the opposite direction of the town. I drove for 15 minutes, watching the road carefully, making sure I didn't miss any turns. The road remained straight this time, cutting through the empty desert like a knife. And then, up ahead, welcome to Frostbarrow, population 116. I screamed then, a sound of pure frustration and fear that seemed to echo in the car long after my voice gave out. This wasn't possible. Roads don't curve back on themselves like this. Towns don't trap people like flies in a web. Except apparently this one did. I pulled over, switched off the engine, and sat in the dark, trying to think. If I couldn't drive out of Frostbarrow, maybe there was another way. Maybe I needed to find someone real, not whatever that thing at the gas station had been. Who could tell me how to break free of this loop? The clock on the dashboard read 3:42 a.m. The town lay ahead, dark and quiet. I had no choice. I had to go back in. I started the car again and drove slowly past the welcome sign, my eyes scanning the empty streets for any sign of movement. The gas station was dark now, its neon sign completely off. The diner still had that closed sign in the window. But something new caught my eye. A light glowing in the window of one of the houses set back from the main road. A porch light. A warm yellow bulb that looked so normal, so inviting, it made my chest ache. Where there was light, there might be people, real people, who could help me. I parked in front of the house, a small single-story building with faded blue paint and a sagging porch. The yard was overgrown, weeds pushing up through cracks in the concrete path that led to the front door. But that porch light burned bright and steady, a beacon in the darkness of Frostbarrow. I got out of the car, my legs stiff from hours of driving. The night air was cool against my face as I walked up to the door, each step feeling like it took enormous effort. I raised my hand to knock, then hesitated, suddenly certain that whatever answered wouldn't be human. But what choice did I have? I couldn't keep driving in circles until my gas ran out. I knocked, 3 sharp raps that seemed to echo in the quiet night. For a long moment, nothing happened. No sound of footsteps, no voice calling out to ask who was there. Just silence, as heavy and oppressive as it had been on the road. Then, slowly, the door swung inward. No one stood in the doorway. The house beyond was dark and empty, the light I'd seen coming from a single lamp on a table visible through the open door. "Hello?" I called, my voice trembling. "Is anyone home? I need help." No answer. Just the quiet hum of electricity feeding the lamp, and a soft, constant ticking that might have been a clock. I should have walked away right then. Should have gotten back in my car and kept driving, kept trying to find a way out of this nightmare. But exhaustion and desperation pushed me forward, into the house that seemed to have opened itself to me. The living room was small and sparsely furnished. A couch, a coffee table, the lamp I'd seen from outside. Everything was covered in a fine layer of dust, as if no one had lived here for years. The wallpaper, floral patterns in faded blues and yellows, peeled at the corners. The air smelled stale and unused. I moved further in, my footsteps loud on the wooden floor. "Hello?" I called again. "I'm sorry to intrude, but I'm lost. I need to find my way back to the highway." The ticking grew louder as I entered what looked like a dining room. An old grandfather clock stood against one wall, its pendulum swinging back and forth with hypnotic regularity. The hands on its face pointed to 3:47, which matched the time on my watch. At least something in this place made sense. Except, as I watched, the minute hand didn't move. It stayed fixed on the 47th, even as the pendulum continued to swing. I stared at it, confused, then checked my watch again. 3:48 now. But the clock remained frozen at 3:47. I backed away from it, a new kind of dread settling over me. This house wasn't any safer than the rest of Frost Barrow. It was just another part of the wrongness, the impossibility of this place. I turned to leave, and that's when I saw it. A photograph on the wall that hadn't been there before. A black and white image in a simple frame, showing a group of people standing in front of a building. They wore clothes from another era, the men in high-waisted pants and button-up shirts, the women in long dresses with cinched waists. Their faces were clear and distinct, normal in a way that the gas station attendants hadn't been, all except one. In the back row, slightly apart from the others, stood a tall, thin figure. Its face was a blur, just like the attendants had been. Not because of a camera defect or movement during the exposure. The rest of the photo was sharp and clear. This face was deliberately, unnaturally blurred, as if someone had taken an eraser to it. I leaned closer, squinting at the small text beneath the photo. Frost Barrow. Founding Day, 1952, it read. Population 116. My eyes darted back to the blurred figure. Something about its stance, its height, was familiar. It looked exactly like the attendant I'd seen at the gas station. But that was impossible. This photo was over 70 years old. Unless the attendant wasn't a person at all. Unless it was something else. Something that had been in Frost Barrow since the beginning. The thought sent a cold shudder down my spine. I needed to get out of this house, out of this town, now. I hurried back through the living room, but stopped short at the front door. It was closed again, though I hadn't heard it shut. I grabbed the handle and pulled, but it wouldn't budge. I pulled harder, throwing my weight back, but the door remained firmly shut, as if it had been nailed in place or bricked over on the other side. Panic rose in my throat, hot and sharp. I was trapped. The windows. I had to try the windows. I ran to the nearest one, a large pane looking out onto the front yard. My car was still there, a comforting sight in this house of impossible things. I pushed at the window, but like the door, it wouldn't move. I grabbed a small end table and swung it at the glass with all my strength. The table bounced off without leaving so much as a scratch. The glass didn't even vibrate from the impact. It was as if I'd hit a solid wall. I was trapped. Really, truly trapped. The lamp flickered, the warm yellow light dimming for a moment before brightening again. The ticking of the clock grew louder, filling the room with its relentless rhythm. And somewhere in the house, a floorboard creaked. Someone, or something, was coming. I backed away from the window, looking frantically for another way out. A back door maybe? Or a cellar window? The lamp flickered again, and this time when it came back the light was different, colder, with a bluish tinge that reminded me of the fluorescent tube at the gas station. Another creak. Closer, now. Coming from the hallway that led deeper into the house. I had no weapon, no way to defend myself. All I had was the knowledge that whatever had lured me here wasn't human, wasn't normal, and definitely wasn't going to help me get home. The lamp went out completely, plunging the room into darkness. In the same instant, the ticking stopped. The silence that followed was absolute, not even the sound of my own panicked breathing penetrating it. Then a voice spoke from the darkness, inches from my ear. "Everyone who passes through leaves something behind," it whispered, The same garbled underwater voice I'd heard before. A memory, a moment, a lifetime. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, could only stand there frozen as something cold brushed against my cheek. What will you leave, I wonder? The touch became firmer, a hand cupping my face, but it wasn't a hand, not really. It felt like mist, like smoke given temporary solidity. It moved to my throat, the coldness seeping through my skin, reaching inside to where my pulse hammered in terror. Your fear tastes old, the voice mused, like so many before you. My vision began to darken at the edges, my lungs burning for air I couldn't seem to draw in. The thing was suffocating me, not with physical force but with its mere presence, its wrongness pushing out everything normal and natural, including the oxygen in the room. This was it, I thought dimly. This was how I died, alone in a house that shouldn't exist, in a town that looped back on itself, at the hands of something that had probably been feeding on lost travelers for decades. My knees buckled, and I fell to the floor, the impact jarring but distant, as if it was happening to someone else. The darkness closed in, and with it came a strange sort of acceptance. At least it would be over. At least I wouldn't have to drive those endless roads anymore. But even as I thought it, a noise cut through the silence. A harsh electronic beeping that seemed to come from very far away. The pressure on my throat eased slightly. The beeping continued, growing louder, more insistent. With the last of my strength, I reached into my pocket. My phone. It was my phone making that noise. I pulled it out, the screen illuminating the darkness around me with its harsh blue light. The thing hissed and withdrew, its misty form visible now in the phone's glow. A tall humanoid shape, with a face that kept shifting, never settling into any recognizable features. On the phone screen, a message flashed. GPS signal located. And below it, a map appeared, a real map, showing a blue dot that was me, and a clear route leading away from Frostbarrow, back to the highway, back to the normal world. The thing lunged at me again, but I rolled away, scrambling to my feet. The phone's light seemed to hurt it, forcing it to keep its distance. I held the screen out like a shield, backing toward where I remembered the front door being. My shoulders hit the wood, and to my shock, the door swung open easily, as if it had never been locked at all. I stumbled out onto the porch, down the steps, and ran to my car, fumbling with the keys with shaking hands. The engine roared to life, and I stomped on the gas, not caring about direction, just needing to get away from that house, that thing, that voice. I followed the map on my phone, which stayed active now, guiding me through turns I hadn't seen before, down roads that seemed to appear out of nowhere. All the while, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, expecting to see the blurred figure following me, or worse, the town of Frostbarrow appearing once again ahead of me. But the road stayed straight and true, and soon I saw it, a green, reflective sign, announcing Interstate 15, 2 miles. I nearly sobbed with relief. The highway, civilization, normal roads that behaved like roads should, leading to places that stayed where they were supposed to be. The sun was just beginning to rise as I merged onto the interstate, the first hints of dawn painting the desert in soft gold and pink. Other cars moved around me, real cars with real people inside, people with normal faces and normal lives who had no idea what lay just a few miles off the main route. I drove until I reached the first rest stop, pulled into a parking space, and switched off the engine. My hands were still trembling, my throat sore where the thing had touched me. But I was alive. I was out. I sat there for a long time, watching the sun climb higher in the sky, watching normal people come and go, truckers stretching their legs, families with sleepy children using the bathrooms, commuters grabbing coffee for the morning drive. Eventually, I pulled out my phone and looked at the map again, wanting to see exactly where Frostbarrow was, to mark it in my mind as a place to never ever go near. Again. But the town wasn't there. Where I expected to see a small dot marking its location, there was nothing but empty space. Miles of desert with no roads, no buildings, Nothing at all to suggest a town had ever existed there. I zoomed in further, thinking it might be too small to appear on the larger map. Still nothing. According to my phone, according to every map I'd check later, Frostbarrow didn't exist. But I knew it did. I knew what I'd seen, what I'd experienced. The loop that wouldn't let me leave. The thing with the blurred face. The voice that asked what I would leave behind. I never found out what broke the town's hold on me. Was it the phone finding a GPS signal? Or something else? Some rule or pattern I'd accidentally stumbled upon? I'll never know, and I'm okay with that. Some mysteries are better left unsolved. These days, I stick to the main highways. I don't take shortcuts, no matter how tired I am or how many hours they promise to save. I keep my GPS updated, my phone charged, and I never, ever drive alone at night through the Nevada desert. Because somewhere out there, off some unmarked turn that doesn't appear on any map, Frostbarrow is waiting for the next tired driver who decides to take a chance on a shortcut, waiting to ask that driver what they'll leave behind. As for me, I got lucky. I left nothing but a story. This story, that no one quite believes but that I know, with absolute certainty, is true. It all started when I moved to Cascadia Hills, an old mountain town up north, cradled in mists and forgotten time, the kind of place where the trees whispered secrets and the fog never seemed to lift entirely. I was Jake Ellison, 32, a freelance travel writer with a taste for isolation, heartbreak in my rearview mirror, and silence as my constant companion. After a nasty breakup and the death of my younger brother, I wanted to disappear, just for a while. My brother Alex had been gone for 6 months now. Cancer, the doctor said, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was loneliness that really killed him. I wasn't there enough, always chasing the next story, the next view, the next escape. When Melissa left me 2 weeks after the funeral, I wasn't even surprised. "You're never really here, Jake," she'd said, dropping her house key on our kitchen counter. "Even when you're standing right in front of me." I didn't fight it. Truth is, she was right. I'd been running for so long I'd forgotten how to stay in one place, so when my editor suggested I write a piece on forgotten American towns, I picked the most remote spot on the map, somewhere I could hide, even from myself. Cascadia Hills welcomed me with arms that felt both open and cautious. The town sat nestled between mountains that looked like sleeping giants, with mist that rolled down their sides each morning like ghostly fingers. Main Street was just a handful of buildings, a general store, a diner called The Foggy Mug, a small library, and a gas station that doubled as the town's only mechanic shop. I loved it, immediately, not for what it had, but for what it didn't. No traffic, no noise, no reminders. My rented cottage was a rustic, timber-built place with creaky floorboards and a fireplace that crackled every night like it was whispering. It sat at the end of a gravel road, with the forest pressing so close I could touch the branches from my back porch. The real estate agent had called it charming and historic. What she didn't say was that it felt alive somehow, like the walls breathed when you weren't looking directly at them. It was built in the 1930s, she'd told me, rushing through the tour like she had somewhere better to be. Been renovated a few times, but folks tend not to stay long. "Why's that?" I'd asked, running my fingers along the rough wooden banister leading upstairs. She'd shrugged, not meeting my eyes. "City people, they get bored." I wasn't worried about boredom. I was counting on it. The locals were friendly at first, mostly older folks who'd look at me with that curious mix of welcome and wariness that small towns reserve for outsiders. Mrs. Halverson from the bakery always gave me an extra croissant with a wink, saying, "You're too skinny, dear." She was a round woman with flour perpetually dusting her apron and laugh lines so deep they seemed carved into her face. Been in that cottage a week now, she said one morning, sliding a cup of coffee across the counter to me. No strange dreams yet? I laughed. Should I be having strange dreams? Her smile faltered just a bit. Oh, old houses, you know. They make noises. Take some getting used to. Then there was Walter, the gas station guy who seemed to know everything about everyone. He was tall and wiry with hands permanently stained with engine grease and eyes that never stopped moving. Walter fixed my Jeep's radiator on my third day in town, refusing payment. First one's on the house, he'd said, wiping his hands on a rag. Town policy for newcomers. Is that an actual policy? He'd grinned, showing a gap where a front tooth should have been. Nah. But we don't get many new faces, especially ones planning to stay more than a night. I'm here for a few months, I'd told him, writing a travel piece. Walter had nodded slowly. Just don't go writing about the North Trails. Those ain't for tourists. Why's that? People get lost. He'd turned back to his work then, a clear dismissal. I found out later that Walter had lost his son in those woods 20 years ago. Search parties looked for weeks. They never found anything, not even a footprint. There was also Tara, a local hiking guide who became my closest friend here. I met her at the Foggy Mug on my first Friday night, when the diner transformed into the town's only bar. She was sitting alone, nursing a beer and looking bored. While everyone else in town seemed to have gray hair and weathered skin, Tara stood out like a splash of color in a black and white photograph. She was tough, sarcastic, and knew the woods like the back of her hand. So you're the writer, she'd said when I ordered a drink next to her. Not a question. Taking pictures of our little town for people to gawk at? Something like that, I admitted, though there's not much to gawk at so far. She'd laughed then, a genuine sound that made heads turn. That's because you haven't seen anything yet. You're staying in the Willow Cottage, right? End of Pinecrest Road? I was surprised she knew. Word travels fast. Small town, small minds, big mouths. She took a swig of her beer. That place has stories. What kind of stories? The kind that'll keep you up at night. Her green eyes had locked with mine. Want to hear them? We spent that night, and many nights after, talking over beer and laughing about ghost stories that the town didn't want to admit were real. Tara told me about the woman who drowned in Mirror Lake in the 1950s, and how fishermen claimed to see her walking on the water during full moons. She told me about the old mining accident that had killed 12 men in 1891, and how sometimes, deep in the forest, you could hear the sound of picks striking stone. I didn't believe any of it, of course, but I loved watching her tell those stories. How her eyes would light up, how her hands would move through the air like she was painting the tales in front of us. This town is built on secrets, she'd whispered one night, leaning close. Everyone who lives here is hiding from something. What are you hiding from? I'd asked. She'd pulled back, smile fading. Who says I'm hiding? We'd left it at that. Some questions weren't meant to be answered, at least not right away. And I had secrets of my own, the sound of my brother's last breath, the way Melissa had looked at me with such disappointment, the emptiness that followed me like a shadow. For the first month, Cascadia Hills was exactly what I needed. I wrote during the days, hiked the safe trails with Tara on weekends, and slept dreamlessly through the nights. I started to feel almost at peace. Then came the girl in the mirror. It was a rainy night in early October. I had just returned from a 2-day hike for an article I was writing about abandoned trails. My hands were mud-stained, and my legs were killing me from climbing up ravines and pushing through underbrush. The cottage welcomed me with its familiar creaks and groans as I dropped my backpack in the hallway and headed straight for a hot shower. I went to the bathroom and looked into the mirror, running a towel through my hair. That's when I saw her, a faint outline behind me, pale face, hollow eyes, long tangled black hair. She looked like she was crying, silent tears streaming down cheeks that seemed almost transparent. I spun around, heart hammering against my ribs. No one was there, just the shower curtain swaying slightly from the draft. When I turned back, she was gone. I stood frozen for a long minute before shaking it off as exhaustion. Probably just my eyes playing tricks. I'd been alone in the woods too long. My mind was creating shapes from shadows. But it didn't stop there. She started appearing in reflections, window panes, puddles, even in the polished blade of my pocket knife. Always watching, always crying, sometimes whispering, but I couldn't hear the words. I'd be washing dishes and see her in the darkened window above the sink. I'd be checking my reflection before heading into town and catch a glimpse of her standing behind me, her mouth moving in silent pleas. One night, I heard knocking at my bedroom window. 3 slow knocks, deliberate and patient. When I opened the curtain, no one was there. But as I was about to turn away, a cold breath fogged the glass from the outside, and I saw her again, just barely. A handprint appeared in the condensation, smaller than mine, with long, delicate fingers. I started sleeping with the lights on. I avoided mirrors. I told myself I was being ridiculous, a grown man afraid of his own reflection. But the fear was real, crawling up my spine whenever I was alone in the cottage. The nightmares started soon after. I'd dream of screams echoing in the woods. A woman standing in the forest with her back turned to me, her hair moving in the wind even when there was no breeze. I'd call out to her, and she'd slowly begin to turn. But I always woke up before seeing her face. Then I'd find things disturbed in the morning. A chair moved from the table to the middle of the kitchen. Books opened to pages I hadn't read. And once, terrifyingly, muddy footprints in my hallway. Small, barefoot prints that led from the front door to the bathroom, then vanished. I told Tara. We were sitting on my porch one evening, watching the mist roll through the trees as darkness fell. I hadn't planned to say anything. Who admits to seeing ghosts after all? But the words tumbled out, along with all the fear I'd been bottling up. She believed me, too quickly. She didn't laugh or suggest I was overworked or losing my mind. Instead, she grew very still, her face paling as I described the woman in the mirror. Long black hair? She asked. Kind of wavy, and eyes that seemed too dark? My blood ran cold. You've seen her too? Tara looked away, out toward the trees that were disappearing into the gathering darkness. Not me, but others have. She took a long swallow of her beer before continuing. This isn't the first time. Others have seen her too, but they either leave or disappear. What do you mean disappear? Exactly what it sounds like, Jake. They're here one day, gone the next. No note, no goodbye. Just empty houses and confused landlords. Who is she? I asked, though part of me didn't want to know. Her name was Elira, Tara said, voice low as if afraid of being overheard by the trees. Elira Elridge. At least that's what the old-timers say. Years ago, she had come to Cascadia Hills with her fiancé. They rented the same cottage, actually. We're only supposed to stay a week or two. What happened to her? One day, he left town alone, told the sheriff she ran off with some hiker she'd met, but whispers say he killed her and buried her somewhere deep in the woods. Tara's eyes met mine, serious and dark. Problem was, no one could prove it. He vanished 2 weeks after she did. And Elira, well, seems like Elira never left. A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the October air. You're telling me my house is haunted by a murdered woman? I'm telling you what people say, Tara shrugged, but I could see the tension in her shoulders. Whether you believe in ghosts or not is up to you. But I was starting to believe. How could I not? That's when the stalking began in earnest. My phone would ring at 3:13 a.m. every night. Always silence on the other end, but sometimes I thought I could hear faint sobbing or what sounded like water dripping. I changed my number. It kept happening. I stopped sleeping through the night, jolting awake minutes before the call would come. I felt watched, even in my dreams. I tried to leave once, packed my bags, got in my Jeep, and drove toward the interstate, determined to put Cascadia Hills and its ghost behind me. I found myself back at the cottage 20 minutes later, with no memory of turning around. My hands were gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles were white, and there was mud on my boots that hadn't been there before. It was as if I'd blacked out, or as if someone else had taken control of my body. The cottage didn't feel like sanctuary anymore. It felt like a trap. But I couldn't leave. Something, or someone, wanted me to stay. Tara brought in someone from out of town. Simon, a paranormal investigator with a camera rig, and that half-cocked skepticism most of them have. He was younger than I expected, maybe mid-20s, with thick-rimmed glasses and a nervous habit of checking his equipment every few minutes. Most hauntings are just old pipes and settling foundations, he explained as he set up his gear in the cottage, or people's minds playing tricks in the dark. And the other times? I asked. He didn't answer, just adjusted a dial on what looked like a modified radio. I didn't sleep that night. None of us did. We sat in the living room surrounded by Simon's equipment, thermal cameras, audio recorders, devices that supposedly measured electromagnetic fields. Around 2 a.m., his EMF meter went off like crazy, its needle swinging wildly. "That's unusual," Simon said, the skepticism in his voice giving way to uncertainty. Then the temperature dropped, the warmth from the fireplace suddenly sucked away as if a window had been opened to a winter night, and we saw her. She didn't appear in the room. She appeared inside the monitor connected to Simon's thermal camera, a grainy black and white figure standing in the corner of my bedroom upstairs, staring directly at the camera, at Simon. He screamed, a high, terrified sound that made my skin crawl. The monitors flickered, then went black. Every piece of equipment shut down simultaneously, plunging us into darkness broken only by the dying embers in the fireplace. When we got the lights back on, Simon was pale and shaking. "I'm done," he said, packing up his gear with trembling hands. "This isn't worth it." The footage he captured was corrupted the next morning, just static and strange, warped sounds that made my teeth ache. His thermal camera, an expensive piece of equipment he'd told us proudly earlier, was crushed, almost folded in half, like someone had pressed it between powerful hands. He left town the next day and warned us not to contact him again. "What do I do now?" I asked Tara as we watched his car disappear down the mountain road. "You need to figure out what she wants," Tara said simply. "Ghosts don't just haunt for no reason." That night, I tried something different. Instead of hiding from Elira, I waited for her. I sat in front of the bathroom mirror, lights dimmed, and spoke aloud to the empty room. "I know you're there, Elira," I said, feeling foolish but desperate. "I know something happened to you. I want to help." Nothing happened, just my own tired reflection staring back at me. I waited for an hour, then gave up and went to bed. And then came the dream that changed everything. Elira stood in front of me, clearer than ever before. We were in the forest, near a ravine I recognized from my hikes with Tara. But the trees were different, younger somehow. Elira was beautiful in a delicate way, her face no longer hollow as it appeared in the mirrors. Her eyes met mine, full of sorrow but also determination. She mouthed a single word. "Lied." I woke up with a jolt, sweat-soaked and gasping. And beside my bed was a torn photo that hadn't been there when I went to sleep. A wedding picture, faded and yellowed with age. A woman in a simple white dress, Elira, I knew immediately, standing beside a smiling man in a suit. Her face was scratched out with such violence that the photo was torn through. His face was circled in red ink that looked disturbingly like blood. I started digging into Cascadia Hills' past. The town library had archives of local newspapers going back decades. The librarian, a quiet man named Mr. Finch, seemed unsurprised by my questions about Elira Elridge. "History has a way of surfacing," he said cryptically, leading me to a collection of bound newspapers from the 1980s. "Especially the parts we try to bury." I found an old news clipping about a couple who had gone missing in these woods. James and Catherine Miller, the article said. Tourists who'd vanished during a hiking trip. But the grainy photo accompanying the story made my blood freeze. The man, James Miller, was the same man from the wedding photo. Same eyes, same smile. But he wasn't with Elira in this picture. He was with another woman entirely. He wasn't Elira's fiancé. He was someone else entirely. A con man, perhaps. Someone who married women, maybe stole their money, killed them, and moved on to the next town, the next victim, the next name. He'd killed Elira. I was certain of it now. That night she appeared to me again, not in a dream, but in the bedroom mirror as I was getting ready for bed. She looked different, less frightening, more sad. She raised her hand and pointed east toward the ravine. The next morning, I hiked out there alone, following what felt like an invisible thread pulling me forward. The ravine was deeper than I remembered, the sides steep and treacherous. I climbed down carefully using roots and rocks as handholds. At the bottom, a small stream trickled between moss-covered stones. I stood there, uncertain what to do next. "I'm here," I said aloud, feeling like I was going crazy. "What am I looking for?" A cold breeze brushed past me. Strange, since the ravine was sheltered from the wind. It seemed to push me toward a massive oak tree whose gnarled roots had been partially exposed by erosion. There, beneath the largest root, I saw something unnatural. A corner of metal poking through the dirt. I started digging with my hands, tearing my fingernails and not caring. After 10 minutes of frantic excavation, I found it. A box. A small metal lockbox, rusted and dented. I pried it open with my pocket knife. Inside, bones, small and delicate. A woman's finger bones, I realized with horror. A torn piece of what might have once been a dress, and a rusted locket with EE engraved inside. Elira Elridge. I called the sheriff from my cell phone, my hands shaking so badly I could hardly dial. When I told him what I'd found, there was a long silence on the line. "Stay where you are," he finally said, "and don't touch anything else." 3 hours later, the ravine was crawling with police and forensic technicians. They widened my crude excavation, revealing more remains. A full skeleton, they confirmed later. A woman in her 20s, dead for at least 40 years. We called the sheriff. Forensics confirmed it. She was murdered. The skull showed signs of blunt force trauma. And nearby, they found a man's watch, still working despite being buried for decades. Inscribed on the back, "To John, love always, mother." But according to the missing persons report filed in 1983, the man's name who had been with Elira was Richard Thompson. "He used a fake name in every town," the sheriff told me later, looking grim. "We're cross-referencing with other missing women cases across the state." But here's the twist no one saw coming. A week later, the DNA results came back. They'd compared the DNA from the bones to missing persons databases. Elira Elridge had family still looking for her, a niece who'd never given up hope of finding out what happened to her mother's sister. That part wasn't surprising. What knocked the breath from my lungs was what they found on the watch. DNA that matched mine. The man who killed her was my father, a man I never knew, a drifter my mother had always told me died in a car accident when I was a baby, a man whose face I'd only seen in a single faded photograph my mother kept hidden in her dresser drawer. He had lived a double life, multiple lives it seemed, and the cottage, my cottage, was the same one he'd used decades ago with Elira, and God knows how many other women. Elira didn't just want justice. She wanted me to know the truth about my family, about the blood that ran in my veins. When the sheriff showed me the death certificate and photo they'd pulled from old records, there was no doubt. John Ellison, my father, a murderer. And suddenly it all made sense. Why Elira had appeared to me specifically, why I'd felt drawn to Cascadia Hills in the first place, why I hadn't been able to leave. The moment I accepted this terrible truth, the haunting stopped. No more faces in mirrors, no more whispers in the dark, no more 3 a.m. phone calls. Elira's final appearance was in the bathroom mirror, 3 days after they'd taken her remains away for a proper burial. I was brushing my teeth, still adjusting to the idea of who my father had been, still wondering what it said about me. I looked up, and there she was, but different now. The hollow eyes were full. The tears were gone. She looked at peace. She smiled and mouthed, "Thank you." Then she faded, like mist under morning sun. I decided to stay in Cascadia Hills, not in the cottage. I could never sleep there again, but in a small apartment above the foggy mug. I finished my article, though I left out the parts about ghosts and murdered women and fathers who were monsters. Some truths aren't for public consumption. Tara and I stayed close. Eventually, something more grew between us, a connection forged in shared secrets and midnight conversations. She understood what it meant to discover darkness in your own history. She had secrets of her own, it turned out. A father who drank, a mother who looked the other way, scars that had turned her into someone who sought the wilderness instead of comfort. "We're all haunted by something," she told me one night as we sat by a campfire in her backyard. "Some of us just get to see our ghosts more clearly than others. We still live in Cascadia Hills. I write my travel pieces. Tara guides hikers through the safe parts of the forest. The town has accepted me now, not as an outsider, but as someone who belongs to its complicated history. And sometimes, just sometimes, when fog settles over the hills and the woods fall silent, I feel a warmth in the air. Not the cold presence that used to follow me, but something gentler. A reminder, perhaps, that even in the darkest stories, there can be peace at the end, as if someone's watching. But no longer in silence. I never did learn what happened to my father after he left Cascadia Hills. The police found evidence linking him to 3 other missing women across different states, always using different names. But after 1985, the trail went cold. Sometimes I wonder if another family somewhere is carrying his secrets without knowing it. Sometimes I wonder if he's still out there, an old man now looking over his shoulder for ghosts. But those are questions for another day. For now, I'm learning to live with my own reflection again. I'm learning that we don't have to become the worst parts of our blood. I'm learning that some hauntings end when the truth comes to light. And in Cascadia Hills, where the trees whisper secrets and the fog never quite lifts, that's enough. It was my first night at Iron Max Industries, nestled deep in the industrial outskirts of Reading, Pennsylvania. The drive there had been unsettling, a journey through abandoned lots and crumbling warehouses where streetlights flickered weakly against the pressing darkness. I'd taken a wrong turn twice, the GPS signal dropping in and out as if reluctant to guide me to my destination. When I finally arrived, the factory itself stood like a monolith against the night sky, its rusted steel frame and cracked concrete walls giving off an impression of abandonment and decay. The smokestacks, long dormant, reached toward the cloudy night like accusing fingers. I sat in my car for a moment, gathering my courage. At 34, I wasn't exactly thrilled to be starting over. My previous job at SteelTech Manufacturing had dissolved when the company moved operations overseas, leaving me with nothing but a mediocre severance package and mounting bills. The job market for specialized foundry workers wasn't exactly booming, and when the position at Iron Max opened up, I jumped at it despite the warnings from former industry colleagues. That place has a history, they'd said, weird accidents, high turnover, but the pay was good, almost too good for the work, and beggars can't be choosers in a dying industry. As I stepped out of my car, the November wind cut through my jacket like knives, carrying the faint metallic tang that all foundries seem to exhale. My boots crunched on gravel as I approached the employee entrance, a rusted door beneath a sign that had long ago lost most of its letters. Only few letters remained visible, the missing letters leaving gaps like missing teeth in a skull's grimace. Inside, despite its exterior appearance, the foundry was very much alive. The contrast was jarring, like stepping into the belly of a beast that appeared dead from the outside. Molten metal bubbled in crucibles, sending waves of intense heat through the cavernous space. Roaring furnaces glowed with hellish light, the occasional spark flying upward like a desperate soul trying to escape. The shriek of machinery echoed through the labyrinth of casting bays, creating a cacophony that would be my constant companion for the next 8 hours. I had taken the job as a senior machine operator, specializing in centrifugal and sand casting. My resume had impressed them, apparently. 15 years of experience in precision metalwork, with a focus on aerospace components. Iron Max was known for its precision steel and aluminum castings for aerospace and military contracts, the kind of work that demanded perfection, where a microscopic flaw could mean disaster. "You must be Mark," a voice called from behind me. I turned to find a lean, quiet man in his mid-30s. His deep-set eyes seemed to hold secrets, and his overalls were stained with grease, metal dust, and what looked like burn marks. His face had that worn, hollowed-out look common to night shift workers, the permanent shadow under the eyes, the slight yellowish tint to the skin from years without proper sunlight. "I'm Joe. I'll be your assistant tonight." We shook hands, and I noticed his trembled slightly. Not the confident grip I expected from someone who worked with dangerous equipment daily. His fingers were calloused, with small burn scars interrupting the patterns of his fingerprints. One nail was black, probably from a crushing injury. "Welcome to the graveyard shift," he said with a forced grin that didn't reach his eyes. "You'll be on line 3 with me tonight, core molding and the 1,200-pound induction furnace." As we walked through the plant, the facility revealed itself in all its industrial glory and decay. Towering ladles hung suspended from motorized cranes, swaying slightly though no one was operating them. Casting molds were stacked on rusted shelves, their shapes creating bizarre shadows on the walls. In the distance, I could hear the hiss of cooling metal on conveyor belts, the sound like 1,000 snakes moving in unison. The core room was lit with flickering fluorescent lights, some of which buzzed incessantly while others seemed to pulse in an irregular rhythm. The air was dense with the smell of scorched sand, metal dust, and burnt oil, a combination that would impregnate my clothes and skin for days to come. I'd forgotten how invasive foundry work could be, how it followed you home in your pores and under your fingernails. "Management's been cutting corners on maintenance," Joe explained as we passed a leaking hydraulic line. The fluid dripped slowly, creating a small puddle that reflected the red glow of a nearby furnace. "Been that way since the accident." "What accident?" I asked, but Joe had already moved ahead, his pace quickening as we passed a particular section of the factory floor that seemed darker than the rest, as if the shadows there were somehow thicker, more substantial. The machine we worked on was a horizontal parting flaskless molding machine, Model DISA 240C. It was at least 30 years old, a hulking mass of metal and hydraulics that groaned every time it pressed a mold together, the sound reminiscent of something in pain. Joe showed me the furnace controls, pointing out gauges with cracked glass and switches that stuck unless you jiggled them just right. "The thermocouple readings are erratic," he warned, tapping a gauge where the needle jumped wildly between temperatures that would mean either solid or vaporized metal. "Sometimes the metal reads too cold, sometimes too hot, but it always pours right. Trust the color, not the numbers. Don't try to fix it, just follow the rhythm." I nodded, though his advice went against everything I'd learned about precision metalwork. Foundry work is science, not art. Temperatures matter, timings matter. Being off by even a few degrees can change the molecular structure of the metal, creating weaknesses invisible to the naked eye. But I was new here, so I kept my concerns to myself. As the night wore on, I started to settle into the routine. Check the mold, prepare the sand, monitor the furnace, pour the metal, repeat. The work was physically demanding but familiar, and for a while, I lost myself in it. But then, around 11 p.m., I started to feel watched. It wasn't the normal feeling of being observed by supervisors or coworkers. This was different, a prickling sensation on the back of my neck, the hair on my arm standing up despite the oppressive heat. I would turn, expecting to find someone behind me, but there would be only shadows. Shadows that sometimes seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at them. Once, while inspecting the sand mixer, I heard what sounded like a whisper in my ear, though no one was around. The words were indistinct, like someone talking underwater, but the tone was urgent. Warning. I spun around, heart racing, but found only the endless rows of machinery, their metal surfaces reflecting the red glow of the furnaces. When I mentioned it to Joe during our break, he didn't seem surprised. We sat in the dingy break room, the ancient vending machine in the corner humming ominously. The coffee from the pot tasted like it had been brewed days ago and left to age, like a fine wine into something toxic. "Everyone hears something here," he said simply, his eyes focused on his sandwich rather than on me. "You'll get used to it. The old-timers say it's just the machines talking. They've been running so long they've developed personalities." He laughed, but there was no humor in it. His hands were steady now, but his face had gone pale, and tiny beads of sweat had formed on his upper lip, despite the break room being significantly cooler than the foundry floor. When we returned to work, I noticed more oddities. The temperature in certain areas would drop suddenly, creating pockets of cold air that made no sense next to the roaring furnaces. Tools would not be where I left them, appearing instead across the room or inside cabinets I hadn't opened. Once, I could have sworn I saw a figure standing on the catwalk above the main floor, silhouetted against the dim emergency lighting, but when I blinked, it was gone. Just after midnight, while transferring a batch of molten aluminum into the ladle, the lights flickered violently. Not just the normal flicker of aging fluorescence, but harsh strobe-like pulses that distorted everything around me. For a few seconds, they went completely out, plunging the foundry into darkness, broken only by the orange glow of molten metal. In that brief moment of darkness, I heard a sound like fingernails dragging across metal, followed by what sounded like sobbing. When the emergency lights kicked in, casting everything in an eerie red glow, Joe was gone. He had been standing right next to me, guiding the ladle controls, and now he had vanished. I called out his name. No response came except for the ever-present mechanical hum of the factory. Then I heard the tapping. It wasn't a mechanical sound, not the regular rhythm of a machine part or the predictable pattern of a motor. This was different, deliberate, rhythmic, like metal tapping against stone. 3 quick taps, followed by a pause, then 3 more. It was coming from the old crucible pit near the decommissioned vertical molding line. That part of the plant had been closed for years, according to what little orientation I'd received. Common sense told me to find a supervisor, to report Joe's disappearance and the strange sounds, but something pulled me toward that tapping, a compulsion I couldn't explain or resist. It was as if the sound was meant for me specifically, calling me by a name older than the one on my birth certificate. I followed the sound, flashlight trembling in my hand. The beam cut through the dusty air, illuminating particles that seemed to dance with purpose rather than drift randomly. The further I went, the colder it got, unnaturally so. The heat of the foundry should have penetrated every corner of the building, but here, my breath began to fog in front of my face, and my skin prickled with goosebumps. The old part of the factory felt different, abandoned not just by people but by time itself. Cobwebs hung from machinery like ancient burial shrouds. The concrete floor was stained with dark patches that might have been oil or something worse. Everything was covered in a layer of dust and grime, except for a clear path of footprints leading directly to the crucible pit. Some were fresh, the distinctive treads of Joe's work boots. Others were older, and some seemed wrong, the impressions too deep, the shapes distorted as if the feet that made them weren't entirely human. I reached the pit. It was about 15 feet deep, originally designed to hold crucibles of molten metal before they were moved to the casting area. Now it was empty, or should have been. The air reeked of decay, mixed with that sickly sweet scent of old oil and something else. Something that reminded me of the time I'd accidentally burned my hand on molten steel, the smell of cooking flesh and bone. The tapping had stopped. The silence was somehow worse. I leaned over the edge, sweeping my flashlight across the bottom of the pit. At first, I saw nothing unusual, just concrete, stained and cracked. Then my light caught something reflective. A pair of eyes, glowing like molten metal, staring up at me from a face that was mostly shadow. Then I saw her. It was a woman, or something that had once been a woman. Her skin was covered in soot and grime, giving her the appearance of a statue cast in iron. But she moved, dragging herself up the side of the pit with unnatural jerking motions. Her eyes glowed with an inner light, like metal heated to its melting point. Her jaw hung unnaturally wide, dislocated or broken, revealing a mouth full of what looked like metal shavings instead of teeth. Most disturbing were her limbs. They were elongated, stretched like iron rods pulled beyond their tensile strength, but somehow maintaining their form. Her fingers ended in points that resembled the tools used for etching metal, and they screeched against the concrete as she dragged herself upward, leaving glowing scratches in the stone. I stumbled back, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. My foot caught on a coil of wires, sending me crashing to the ground. The flashlight flew from my hand and shattered, plunging me into darkness broken only by the pulsing red of the emergency lights. In that rhythmic red glow, I saw them, figures emerging from the shadows. Dozens of them, all workers, or what used to be workers. Some wore the remnants of old-fashioned foundry gear, leather aprons, heavy gloves, goggles. Others were in more modern safety equipment, similar to what Joe and I wore, but all were changed, transformed. Their features were melted, as if they had been formed from wax and left too close to a flame. Skin fused with protective gear, creating grotesque hybrid forms of flesh and equipment. Some had metal implements protruding from their bodies, tongs growing from arms, ladles replacing hands. One had a pressure gauge embedded in his chest, the needle swinging wildly with each shuffling step he took. They moved toward me with the same jerking, unnatural gait as the woman from the pit. Some seemed to flicker in and out of existence with each pulse of the emergency lights. All were frozen in expressions of agony, their mouths open in silent screams. I scrambled backward, trying to find my feet. When a hand grabbed my shoulder, I nearly screamed before realizing it was Joe. He was pale, sweating profusely, his eyes wide with terror. "You saw her, didn't you?" he whispered, his voice cracking. "The Foundry Mother." "What the hell is this place?" I whispered back, unable to look away from the approaching figures, who had slowed but continued to watch us with their glowing eyes. Joe exhaled, his whole body shaking. "There was a fire here, years ago, a full shift, 20 men, trapped inside during a core blowout. Furnace failure, molten metal everywhere. They couldn't escape." He swallowed hard, glancing nervously at the figures who had stopped advancing but formed a semicircle around us. "The company buried it. Said it was a power surge that killed them. Insurance thing. But their souls, they never left. They became part of the metal, part of the machines." Joe looked at me, his eyes hollow pools of despair. "The machines still remember them. The metal remembers the shape of their screams, and they remember you now. They know your touch on the controls. They know the way you breathe, and they're hungry for new shapes to remember." As if triggered by his words, the woman from the pit, the Foundry Mother as Joe had called her, let out a sound that was part scream, part metal grinding against metal. The others joined in, their voices creating a cacophony of industrial noise and human agony. We ran, past the ancient casting lines with their conveyor belts that started to move on their own, past the locker rooms where doors slammed open and closed in rapid succession, past the massive open sand bins where the sand began to swirl like miniature tornadoes. The air buzzed with electric tension. Lights exploded above us, showering sparks that seemed to chase us down the corridors. A casting mold burst in the distance, spraying slag like demonic fireworks. We made it to the main floor, the exit sign glowing like a beacon of salvation in the distance. But just before reaching it, I turned, some instinct forcing me to look back at what we were fleeing. Every machine was running, by itself. The furnace doors opened and closed like breathing lungs, each exhalation sending out a blast of heat and light. Conveyor belts spun empty, accelerating to dangerous speeds. Ladles swung on their chains, pouring phantom metal into molds that weren't there. The tapping returned, louder, closer, coming from every surface around us. And then I heard them scream, all of them. A chorus of agony rising from the pit, a sound of torment that no human throat could make. Joe grabbed my arm with surprising strength. "Don't look," he urged, fear making his voice higher than normal. "Just go. They're hungry tonight." We burst through the fire exit and collapsed on the cold ground outside, gulping the clean night air as if we'd been underwater. Behind us, the factory stood silent and dark again, as if nothing had happened. The only evidence of our ordeal was the soot covering our clothes and the wild terror in our eyes. Later, when security found us, the company claimed we had encountered a gas leak, said we had hallucinated the whole thing due to carbon monoxide poisoning. The night supervisor, a man I hadn't even met yet, swore he'd been looking for us for hours. The security cameras showed nothing unusual, except for Joe and me abandoning our posts and wandering into the decommissioned area, a safety violation that would normally mean immediate termination. But they didn't fire us. The plant manager, a thin man with nervous eyes who never seemed to look directly at anyone, simply warned us to stay at our assigned stations in the future. There was something in his manner, a knowing fear, a resignation, that told me he'd heard similar stories before. Joe left the job the next day. I found out later he'd moved to Arizona, as far from Pennsylvania and its foundries as he could get. I considered following his example, but the reality of my financial situation kept me chained to Iron Max. I stayed for one more shift. Just one. That night, I worked alone, assigned to a smaller furnace away from the main floor. The regular rhythms of the work almost convinced me that what I'd experienced had indeed been a hallucination. The furnace heated. The metal melted. The mold waited. Everything proceeded normally until I poured the casting. As the molten metal flowed into the mold, I could have sworn I heard voices in its hiss, whispers telling me secrets I didn't want to know. The metal seemed to move with purpose, filling the mold in patterns that defied gravity and fluid dynamics. When it cooled and I cracked open the mold, I found something embedded in the iron that shouldn't have been there. A bone. Human. Burned black, fused with the casting so completely that it seemed to have grown there rather than been trapped. It was a finger bone, small, delicate, but unmistakable. And as I stared at it in horror, I felt it grow warm in my hand, warmer than the ambient temperature could explain. I dropped the casting and walked out, left everything, my tools, my jacket, my lunch in the break room fridge. I never went back to Iron Max. I never collected my final paycheck. I left foundry work altogether, taking a significant pay cut to work construction instead, where the only ghosts were metaphorical. But the experience marked me, changed me in ways I'm still discovering. I can't be near industrial equipment without feeling watched. The sound of machinery makes me break out in cold sweats. And metal. I can't touch it without gloves now. It feels alive under my fingers, pulsing with memories and malice. Sometimes, at night, I wake to the sound of tapping on my bedroom window. 3 quick taps, a pause, 3 more. When I gather my courage and look, there's never anyone there. Just the branch of a tree, or nothing at all. But the tapping continues, night after night. I got a letter from Iron Max 6 months after I left. A form letter saying they were sorry to lose me, that my expertise was valued, that a position would always be open for me should I reconsider. At the bottom, handwritten in what looked like red ink but wasn't, were 3 words: "The machines remember." I burned the letter, but doing so filled my apartment with that same sickly sweet smell from the crucible pit. Every morning, I check the news for industrial accidents. I've kept track of 9 at different foundries across the country in the past year alone. Each one has the same pattern: equipment operating when it shouldn't, temperatures rising inexplicably, workers trapped. And after each incident, Iron Max posts a new job opening. I've tried to warn people. No one listens. Who would believe that the souls of dead workers live on in the metal they once poured, that machines develop memories and grudges, that an entire factory can hunger? They smile politely and change the subject. They recommend therapy for my industrial PTSD. But every time I hear the hiss of steam or the clang of metal, I feel it again. The heat of that night, the tapping that called me to the pit, the eyes watching me from molten shadows. I feel the touch of the foundry mother on the back of my neck, her metal-tipped fingers tracing patterns on my skin that burn like brands. Some machines forget their purpose over time, but some remember everything. And I know, with a certainty that chills me to my core, that someday I'll hear that tapping again. Not at my window, but at my door. And when I open it, the foundry mother will be waiting, her metal children behind her, ready to take me back to Iron Max, where the furnaces are always hungry for new shapes to remember, new souls to bind to the endless cycle of melting and casting. After all, I'm marked now. The machines know my touch. The metal knows my name. And in the foundry, nothing that is remembered is ever truly gone. The first time I realized dead people could talk was on a Tuesday in October. Not all of them, mind you, just the special ones, the ones with unfinished business. My name is Ethan Rowe. I'm 42, a former paramedic, divorced 5 years ago when Sarah decided my constant nightmares and midnight shifts were too much baggage to carry alongside her dreams of a normal family life. Can't really blame her. Now I work as a medico-legal death investigator at Crestwood Regional Hospital in Vermont, a deceptively small facility that sees more than its fair share of tragedy, nestled between 2 snake-like rivers and surrounded by woods so dense they swallow sunlight. People think this job is all CSI glamour and dramatic revelations. It's not. Most days it's paperwork, bodily fluids, and the same sad stories playing on repeat. Elderly folks dying alone, overdoses, car accidents, the occasional suicide that wrecks you for days afterward. I document the evidence, photograph the marks death leaves behind, and try to give families the closure science can provide. But sometimes science isn't enough. Sometimes there are gaps in the stories that logic can't fill. Tonight was one of those nights. The autumn wind howled outside, rattling the windows of the morgue's basement level. I was alone, except for Charlie, the night custodian, a rail-thin man in his 60s with permanent dark circles under his eyes, who mopped the same spots over and over while humming tunes from the 50s. We had a good arrangement. He never asked about the bodies, and I never asked about the faraway look in his eyes. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting that sickly blue-white glow that makes even the living look half-dead. I was catching up on reports. Cause of death. Myocardial infarction. Cause of death. Blunt force trauma. Cause of death. Asphyxiation. When my phone vibrated against the metal desk, making me jump. "Rowe," I answered, my voice echoing in the empty room. "Got an incoming for you," said Rita from dispatch, her voice tight. Rita had been routing calls for 20 years and wasn't easily rattled. Unattended death female, mid-30s. EMTs are bringing her in now. Who found her? Anonymous 911 call. Caller didn't stick around. Any visible trauma? None reported. That's what's weird. EMTs say she looks peaceful. Too peaceful. I hung up and pulled on a fresh pair of nitrile gloves. The squeak of gurney wheels announced their arrival before the doors swung open. 2 EMTs I recognized, Mike and Danny, pushed in a black body bag. Their faces were pale, and they wouldn't meet my eyes. "What's up with you two?" I asked. "You look like you've seen a ghost." Mike shook his head. "Just, check her out, man. Something ain't right." They transferred the bag to my examination table and were gone before I could ask any more questions. Charlie had stopped mopping, his eyes fixed on the bag, mop handle clutched like a weapon. "You okay, Charlie?" He nodded jerkily. "Fine, Mr. Rowe, just fine." But he backed away toward the door, leaving wet swirls on the linoleum. I unzipped the bag, and my breath caught in my throat. She didn't look dead. Not really. Her skin was pale, but not ashen, her lips slightly parted as if in mid-sentence. Auburn hair fanned out across the black plastic, like a sunset spreading across night sky. She wore a simple beige dress with delicate embroidery at the collar, torn slightly at the seams, out of place for October in Vermont. No visible injuries, no bloating, no discoloration. Just a woman who looked like she might open her eyes any second and ask where she was. But she was most definitely dead. Her skin was cool to the touch, and when I checked her pupils with my pen light, they were fixed and dilated. Her driver's license identified her as Lillian Greaves, 34, organ donor. The address listed was in a town called Shadow Creek, about 30 miles northwest of here. I frowned. In 15 years working this region, I'd never heard of Shadow Creek. As I made preliminary notes for the pathologist who'd perform the autopsy tomorrow, I noticed the temperature dropping. The morgue is always cold. We keep it at a steady 36 degrees, but this was different. This was the kind of cold that slices through clothing and settles in your bones. My breath began to fog in front of my face. I glanced at the thermostat, still reading 36. A prickling sensation crawled up my spine, that ancient animal instinct that tells you you're being watched. I looked over my shoulder. Charlie was gone, probably escaped to the janitor's closet where he kept a flask of something stronger than coffee, but the feeling persisted. My eyes were drawn to the frosted glass window of the adjacent autopsy room. A shadow moved behind it, not Charlie's hunched silhouette, but something more fluid, almost gliding. "Hello?" I called, my voice embarrassingly tight. "Dr. Mercer? Is that you?" No answer. I grabbed a surgical scissor, pathetic as far as weapons go, but better than nothing, and pushed the door open. Empty. Just gleaming steel tables and silent machines. "Get it together, Rowe," I muttered, feeling foolish. Sleep deprivation was making me jumpy. I'd been pulling doubles all week since Dr. Harper went on maternity leave. I returned to Lillian, ready to finish my documentation and seal her in the freezer drawer until morning. Her eyes were open. I dropped my clipboard, the clatter explosive in the silent room. Her eyes, hazel with flecks of gold, stared upward, unblinking. I hadn't moved her. I hadn't touched her face. I hadn't closed her eyes, because they were already closed when she arrived. Now, they were open, staring at nothing and everything. "Impossible," I whispered, checking her vital signs again out of pure habit. Still, no pulse. Rigor mortis had begun setting in at her jaw and fingertips. Dead people don't open their eyes. It's not physiologically possible without manipulation. I've handled hundreds of bodies, and not once. The lights flickered, plunging the room into darkness for 3 rapid heartbeats before humming back to life. In those moments of darkness, I swear I felt fingers brush against my wrist. My hands shook as I zipped the body bag closed. The zipper caught halfway, refusing to move further. I tugged harder, then grabbed pliers from a nearby drawer when it still wouldn't budge, as if fused shut. That's when I heard it. "Don't let him find me." A woman's voice, soft, trembling, desperate. It didn't come from across the room or behind me. It came from everywhere and nowhere, vibrating directly inside my skull. I staggered backward, knocking over the tray of specimen containers. They clattered to the floor, splashing formaldehyde that burned my nostrils. I looked wildly around the room, but there was no one. No one except Lillian, still sealed in her half-zipped bag, still dead, still impossible. I'm not proud of what I did next. I punched out. left the paperwork half finished, and practically ran to my car. The entire drive home, I kept checking my rearview mirror, convinced someone was sitting in my back seat. The rational part of my brain, the part that had gotten me through medical school and years of emergency medicine, kept offering explanations. Sleep deprivation, stress, maybe someone spiked my coffee as a Halloween prank. But deep down, I knew better. My apartment felt strange when I got home, colder, somehow smaller. I double-locked the door, poured 2 fingers of whiskey, and drank it in one burning gulp. Then I stripped and stepped into a scalding shower, letting the water pound away the chill that had settled into my muscles. As steam filled the bathroom, I closed my eyes and leaned against the tile wall. The water drummed against my back, almost loud enough to drown out my thoughts. Almost. When I opened my eyes and wiped condensation from the shower door, she was there, reflected in the foggy glass. Lillian Greaves stood in my bathroom, still in that torn beige dress, her eyes sad and knowing. I yelled and spun around, nearly slipping on the wet tile. Empty bathroom, just steam and the sound of water hitting tile. I shut off the shower, wrapped a towel around my waist, and approached the sink mirror cautiously. Wiping away the fog revealed only my own haggard face, dark circles under bloodshot eyes, 3-day stubble, wet hair plastered to my forehead. But as the mirror began to fog again from the lingering steam, words appeared, as if traced by an invisible finger. Please, I didn't sleep that night. How could I? Instead, I researched. First, I looked up Shadow Creek. According to official maps and records, it didn't exist. No town, village, or even unincorporated community by that name appeared in any Vermont registry I could find. The GPS coordinates from Lillian's license led to an unmarked area of dense forest about 30 miles northwest of Crestwood. Next, I searched for Lillian Greaves. No social media profiles, no property records, no employment history, no birth certificate in the state database. It was as if she'd materialized out of thin air, lived a completely undocumented life, and then died just as mysteriously. The only hit I got was a small newspaper clipping from 1998, a high school honor roll that listed a Lillian Greaves as a sophomore at Mountain View High in Burlington. That would make her about the right age now, but the trail went cold after that. By morning, exhaustion had beaten back my fear enough that I managed to shower and dress for work. I was halfway through my first cup of coffee when my phone rang, the hospital's number. "Roe," I answered. "It's Mercer." Dr. Julia Mercer, head pathologist, a brilliant woman who approached death with mathematical precision. "Did you process a Jane Doe last night? Female, mid-30s, auburn hair?" My stomach dropped. "Lillian Greaves." "Yeah, why?" "Who?" "The woman they brought in last night. I logged her in the system." A pause. "There's nothing in the system, Ethan, and there's no body matching that description in any of our drawers." Ice water replaced the blood in my veins. "That's impossible. I processed her myself. Check drawer 14. I'm standing in front of 14 right now. It's empty." I drove to the hospital in a daze, breaking speed limits and running 2 red lights. Dr. Mercer met me in the morgue, her face drawn with concern. "You don't look good," she said bluntly. "When's the last time you slept?" "Check the security footage," I insisted, ignoring her question. "She was here. EMTs brought her in around 11:30. We went to security, where Ron, the day guard, pulled up last night's feeds. There I was, working at my desk. There was the empty gurney coming in. Wait, empty? I watched as Mike and Danny wheeled in nothing but an empty gurney, and I greeted them normally. The footage showed me going through the motions of processing an invisible body, unzipping nothing, examining nothing, taking notes on nothing. "I think you need to take a few days off," Dr. Mercer said gently. "You've been pushing too hard since Harper left." But I couldn't let it go. I called dispatch and asked Rita about the Jane Doe from last night. "What Jane Doe?" she asked, genuine confusion in her voice. "We had a quiet night. 2 drunk college kids with alcohol poisoning. and an old man with chest pain that turned out to be indigestion. Was I losing my mind? The evidence suggested yes, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. I found Charlie in the boiler room, napping on a weathered recliner he'd smuggled in years ago. He startled awake when I touched his shoulder. "Jesus, Mr. Rowe, you scared me half to death." He rubbed his rheumy eyes and sat up straighter. "What can I do for you?" "The woman they brought in last night, Lillian Greaves. You saw her, right?" His face changed, subtle but unmistakable. Fear flickered in his eyes before he masked it with confusion. "Don't know what you're talking about. I was cleaning the East Wing last night." "Cut the crap, Charlie. You were here. You saw her. You looked scared." Charlie stood up, suddenly seeming taller, less frail. "Some things are better left alone, Mr. Rowe. That's all I'm saying." "What things?" "What do you know about Shadow Creek?" At the mention of the town's name, Charlie's face went slack with shock. He grabbed my arm, his bony fingers digging in with surprising strength. "Where did you hear that name?" he hissed. "It was on her ID. Where is she, Charlie? What happened to her body?" He glanced around nervously, as if expecting someone to be listening. "Meet me after your shift. Miller's Creek Bridge. Come alone." Then he scuttled away before I could ask more questions. The rest of the day passed in a blur. I went through the motions, processing 2 actual bodies, a stroke victim and a construction worker who fell 3 stories. I kept expecting to see Lillian's reflection in the metal surfaces of the morgue, but there was nothing. No whispers, no cold spots. Nothing but the routine of death. At sunset, I drove to Miller's Creek Bridge, an old wooden-covered bridge that locals claimed was haunted by the ghost of a girl who jumped to her death in the 1800s. Charlie was already there, smoking a cigarette, with shaking hands. "Tell me about Shadow Creek," I said without preamble. Charlie took a deep drag and exhaled slowly. "It's not on any map, because it's not supposed to exist anymore. 20 years ago, there was a mining accident. Half the town got buried under a landslide. Official story was that everyone either died or moved away. But that's not what happened." Charlie shook his head. "Some stayed, couldn't leave or wouldn't. The place changed after the collapse. Something woke up. Something that had been sleeping in those mountains for a long time." "What are you talking about? You ever wonder why this region has so many ghost stories, Mr. Rowe? Why the Native Americans called these mountains the sleeping place and wouldn't build villages here? This land has always been thin. Thin. The boundary between the living and the dead. Between what should be and what is." Charlie flicked his cigarette into the creek below. "Lillian Greaves. I knew her once. Long time ago." My pulse quickened. "So she was real?" "Oh, she was real all right. Beautiful girl. Kind. She was engaged to Thomas Blackwood, who owned what was left of the mining company. After the collapse, Thomas changed. Started talking about voices from the mine. Started collecting things." "What things?" Charlie's eyes met mine, cold and clear. "People, Mr. Rowe. He collected people. The ones who tried to leave." A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the October air. "Lillian escaped. Everyone thought she died in the attempt. Guess she's been hiding all these years." Charlie looked up at the darkening sky. "Until now." "What happened to her body, Charlie? Why is everyone acting like she was never brought in?" "Because she wasn't, not really." Charlie's voice dropped to a whisper. "What you saw, what we both saw, was an echo, a message. She's trying to warn us. Warn us about what? He's looking for her, even now, and he won't stop until he finds her." Charlie handed me a folded piece of paper. "These are directions to what's left of Shadow Creek. If you're smart, you'll burn this and forget everything. But something tells me you won't." He was right. I couldn't let it go. Lillian had reached out to me specifically, and I needed to know why. Will you come with me? I asked. Charlie closed his eyes, pain etching lines deeper into his weathered face. God help me. I guess I will. The next morning, my day off, Charlie and I set out in my Jeep. The directions led us deep into the Green Mountains, down logging roads not maintained since the 90s. Cell service disappeared hours ago. The October forest blazed with color, crimson maples and golden oaks that would have been beautiful under different circumstances. There used to be a proper road, Charlie said as we bumped over a particularly rough patch. State closed it after the collapse, said it was unstable. Eventually, we couldn't drive any farther. A massive fallen oak blocked the overgrown path. We continued on foot, Charlie leading the way with surprising sure-footedness for a man his age. How much farther? I asked, after we'd hiked for nearly an hour. Not far now. Feel it. I did. The forest had gone silent. No bird song, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush. Even the wind seemed to have died down, leaving the trees eerily still. The air felt heavy, like the charged atmosphere before a thunderstorm. We crested a small hill, and Charlie stopped. Below us lay the ruins of what once must have been a town. Crumbling foundations, collapsed rooftops, a church steeple tilting at an impossible angle, and beyond it all, the gaping mouth of a mine entrance, partially sealed by fallen rock. Shadow Creek, Charlie whispered. We picked our way down the slope and into the ghost town. Every step felt wrong somehow, as if the ground itself was rejecting our presence. Wind chimes hung from a porch that no longer existed, tinkling softly though there was no breeze. What exactly are we looking for? I asked, my voice sounding flat and muffled in the dead air. You'll know it when you see it. We explored the ruins, finding little of interest, just the bones of a community long abandoned. But as the afternoon shadows lengthened, we came across a cabin set apart from the rest, partially hidden by overgrown vines but largely intact. Unlike the other structures, this one showed signs of recent habitation, a woodpile stacked neatly by the door, curtains in the windows. This is it, Charlie said, his voice tight with fear. This is his place. Blackwoods? Charlie nodded mutely. The cabin door creaked open at my touch. Inside was meticulously clean and organized, a stark contrast to the decay outside. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with ancient-looking tomes. A stone fireplace dominated one wall, cold ashes in the grate. A large desk held neat stacks of papers and what looked like surveying equipment. He's not here, I said. No, Charlie agreed, but he'll be back. We need to hurry. What are we looking for? Her journal. Lillian kept a journal. If she's reaching out from beyond, that's why. We searched the cabin methodically. I found nothing unusual until I noticed something odd about the floorboards near the bed. One was slightly shorter than the others. I pried it up with my pocket knife, revealing a small hollow space beneath. Inside was a leather-bound journal, its pages yellow with age. The handwriting inside was delicate but hurried, as if written by someone who feared being caught at any moment. April 15th, 1999. Thomas found another one trying to leave today. Old Mr. Henderson from the post office said he was going to get help. Thomas dragged him to the mine. I heard the screams for hours. I have to get out of here. Whatever came out of that mine after the collapse, it's inside Thomas now. He's not the man I loved. His eyes are different. Empty one moment, too full the next. He talks about feeding the darkness and keeping it satisfied. When he sleeps, I hear him speaking in voices that aren't his. The entries continued, documenting months of escalating horror as Thomas Blackwood transformed from grieving fiancé to monster. The final entry was dated October 31st, 1999. He knows I'm planning to leave. I found my escape bag missing this morning. I don't have much time. If anyone finds this, please. There's something in the mine. Something old and hungry. Thomas is its keeper now, bringing it sacrifices. If I don't make it, burn this journal. Burn this whole cursed town. And whatever you do, Don't let him find me. I won't rest until this ends. Lillian. I looked up from the journal to find Charlie staring out the window, his posture rigid with fear. Charlie? We need to go, he whispered. Now. Outside, the daylight was fading unnaturally fast. Shadows stretched and writhed across the ground like living things, and in the distance, coming from the direction of the mine, was a tall figure moving with unnatural speed. I shoved the journal into my jacket pocket, and we ran. Behind us, something screamed. Not a human sound, not an animal sound, but something that existed in the space between categories. The air turned frigid, our breath coming in visible puffs as we scrambled up the hillside toward where we'd left the jeep. Charlie, moving with the desperate energy of pure terror, outpaced me easily, despite his age. I risked a glance back and immediately wished I hadn't. The thing pursuing us only vaguely resembled a man, tall and gaunt, with limbs too long and joints that bent in impossible ways. It moved, like a spider, graceful and predatory. Its face, what I could see of it in the gathering darkness, was hollow-eyed and slack-jawed, as if something was wearing Thomas Blackwood's skin without knowing quite how it should fit. I stumbled on an exposed root and went down hard, the journal flying from my pocket. As I scrambled to retrieve it, the temperature plummeted further. Frost formed on the fallen leaves around me. When I looked up, the creature was mere yards away, close enough that I could see the darkness churning inside its eye sockets. Ethan! Charlie's voice cracked with panic. He had doubled back and now stood between me and the approaching horror, a fallen branch clutched in his hands like a baseball bat. Get the journal and run. The thing that had been Thomas Blackwood tilted its head, studying Charlie with those empty sockets. Then it spoke, a sound like gravel in a garbage disposal. Charles Bradley. You came back. It smiled, revealing teeth filed to points. After all these years. Charlie's grip on the branch tightened. Let the boy go, Thomas. Your quarrel's with me. Not Thomas, the thing said, its grin widening impossibly. Thomas is here, but sleeping. We wear him now. I grabbed the journal and backed away slowly. The creature didn't seem to notice me, its attention fixed wholly on Charlie. You helped her escape! It hissed. You betrayed us! You're damn right I did, Charlie spat. And I'd do it again. The creature lunged forward with impossible speed. Charlie swung the branch, but it passed right through the thing as if it were made of smoke. Then those elongated fingers were around Charlie's throat, lifting him off the ground. I did the only thing I could think of. I struck a match and held it to the corner of Lillian's journal. The effect was immediate. The creature dropped Charlie and whirled toward me, shrieking in rage. The paper caught quickly, orange flames licking up the dry pages. No! It howled, lunging toward me. As the journal burned in my hands, the air around us changed. A warm breeze cut through the unnatural cold. And suddenly, Lillian was there. Not a corpse, not a reflection, but a presence that filled the space between the creature and ourselves. She was radiant, her eyes fierce, her form rippling like heat over asphalt. The creature that had been Thomas Blackwood recoiled. You cannot. I can. Her voice rang out, clear and powerful. It's over, Thomas. Let go. For a moment, the hollowness in the creature's eyes receded, replaced by something human, confused, afraid, and so very tired. Lily, it whispered, in a voice much more human than before. I'm here, she said, gentler now. It's time to let go. The creature looked down at its twisted hands, recognition and horror dawning on what remained of its face. What have I become? Not your fault, she said, but you can end it now. A low wail escaped the creature's throat. Grief and pain distilled into sound. It stumbled backward toward the mine entrance in the distance. I'm sorry, it said. Then it turned and ran with that same uncanny speed, disappearing into the mind's dark mouth. The ground began to tremble beneath our feet. Small stones bounced on the dirt path. A deep rumbling grew from within the earth. "We need to get out of here," Charlie gasped, massaging his bruised throat. "Now!" We ran for the jeep as the tremors intensified. Behind us, with a sound like the world tearing in half, the mine entrance collapsed completely, taking half the mountainside with it. Dust billowed upward in a great cloud, briefly blotting out the emerging stars. We made it to the jeep just as the worst of the tremors subsided. As Charlie slid into the passenger seat, I glanced back at the ruined town. Lillian stood at the crest of the hill, her form growing more transparent by the second. She raised a hand in farewell, a small smile on her face, before dissolving like mist in morning sunlight. The drive back was silent for a long time, both of us processing what we'd experienced. Finally, as lights from the outskirts of Crestwood came into view, I had to ask, "You knew her well, didn't you? Better than you let on." Charlie stared out the window, tears glistening in his rheumy eyes. "She was my daughter." The admission hung in the air between us. After her mother died, Lillian was all I had. When she started dating Thomas, I was happy for her. He seemed like a good man. Then the collapse happened and everything changed. Charlie wiped his eyes with a trembling hand. I helped her escape, gave her a new identity, sent her as far away as I could, but I always knew he'd find her eventually. "I'm sorry," I said, inadequate but sincere. "At least she's at peace now. They both are." When I returned to work 2 days later, there was a body in drawer 14, Lillian Greaves, found at the base of a cliff in the state forest. Apparent suicide. The autopsy determined she'd been dead approximately 72 hours. No one mentioned that she'd been briefly logged into our system and then disappeared. No one except Dr. Mercer gave me strange looks. The death certificate listed her address as Burlington, not Shadow Creek. No mention of Thomas Blackwood or missing persons or a town that wasn't supposed to exist. Just another sad statistic. Charlie didn't come back to work. His apartment was cleaned out, mail forwarded to an address in Arizona. I sometimes wonder if he found peace too, or if he's still running from memories too dark to face. As for me, I still work the night shift at Crestwood Regional. I still walk the line between the living and the dead. But now I pay closer attention to the stories bodies tell beyond their obvious wounds, the sadness in their expressions, the secrets in their closed fists, and sometimes, on particularly quiet nights when the wind howls around the hospital corners, I swear I can hear whispers from drawer 14, not frightening anymore, just reminders that some stories don't end with death. Sometimes they only begin there. I've always been a loner, not the kind who hates people, just the kind who finds solace in silence, in the whisper of the wind, in the crunch of dry leaves under worn boots. I'm Zachary Cole, Zach, for those who know me well, which aren't many. I make wildlife documentaries, the kind you watch with soft narration and haunting piano music, shots of majestic elk crossing frosty rivers, wolves howling under blood moons, birds soaring over canyons with unending grace. It's a solitary pursuit, but it keeps me alive, both figuratively and literally. My apartment walls are covered with awards and framed pictures from my travels. The African savanna at sunset, Alaskan wolves hunting in packs, Brazilian jaguars stalking through dense jungle. And yet, despite all these achievements, I felt empty, like I was missing something big, something that would truly make my mark in the documentary world. That's what led me to chase rumors, to follow whispers, to seek out the strange and unusual. I had heard about Duskmere during an online search for unexplained wildlife phenomena. It was mentioned in an obscure forum post, a forgotten town tucked somewhere near the edge of the Mojave Desert, just a speck on a map that had long since faded from memory. The locals I asked about it would tighten their lips or glance sideways, offering vague directions or cryptic warnings. "Ain't nothing there but dust and ghosts," one old-timer mumbled in a gas station outside Barstow. His eyes clouded over as he spoke, like he was seeing something far away. Best to leave that place be. Some towns deserve to be forgotten. But that's what drew me in. I've never been good at letting sleeping dogs lie. Strange wildlife had been reported around that area. Coyotes walking upright on hind legs like men, birds flying in perfect unnatural circles over the same spot for hours. Wolves seen during the day, watching from ridges with almost human expressions. Deer with too many points on their antlers. Fish in the rare water holes with eyes that seemed to follow you. That kind of thing sells. Viewers eat it up. And if I could capture even a fraction of these anomalies on film, my career would skyrocket. So I packed up my gear, loaded my Ford Explorer, and set out alone into the sun-scorched wastelands. I brought enough supplies for a week: water jugs, canned food, dried meat, energy bars. My equipment took up most of the space: 3 cameras, my drone, microphones, tripods, batteries, solar chargers, and my laptop. I had maps, but they were useless once I got deep into the desert. GPS didn't help much either. The signal kept cutting out, the blue dot of my location jumping around like it couldn't decide where I really was. Eventually, I just drove by instinct, following dirt roads that became narrower and more aggressive, carving through dry rock and cactus. My tires kicked up dust that hung in the air like smoke. The desert has a way of playing tricks on you. Heat waves dance across the horizon, making you see things that aren't there. Shadows stretch at odd angles. Sounds carry strangely, sometimes disappearing completely. By late afternoon, my throat was dry despite constantly sipping water, and my eyes stung from squinting at the endless beige landscape. The sun was setting, painting the sky in violent shades of orange and red when I finally saw it. It was dusk when I reached it, Duskmere. I didn't know what I expected, but what I saw chilled me despite the heat. The town stood still, almost too still. Weather-beaten homes with windows like blind eyes, a church with a steeple half collapsed, and a general store with a rusted-out sign that creaked, even though there was no wind. The main street was lined with buildings that couldn't decide if they wanted to stand or fall. Nature was slowly reclaiming everything. Desert plants growing through floorboards, sand piling up against walls, small creatures scurrying in and out of holes. No cars, no signs of recent life, just the weight of emptiness. I parked near what must have once been a diner, grabbed my camera and audio recorder, and started walking. Something felt wrong immediately. There was a smell, earthy but metallic, like old blood soaked into wood. And there were the animals, birds in particular, perched everywhere, silent, watching, not a single chirp or call. Just eyes, following me as I moved through the town. The silence was the worst part. Most abandoned places have sounds: the creak of settling wood, the whistle of wind through broken windows, the scurrying of small animals. But Duskmere swallowed sound. My footsteps seemed muffled, like I was walking on carpet instead of hard-packed dirt and wooden boardwalks. I tried filming a few establishing shots, but I noticed something strange in the viewfinder. In the footage, the buildings looked slightly off, tilted at impossible angles. Shadows fell in directions that didn't match the position of the setting sun. The birds that I could see plainly with my naked eye barely showed up on camera, just dark smudges that could have been anything. I chalked it up to lens distortion or fatigue from the long drive. As darkness fell completely, I knew I needed shelter. Despite the emptiness of the town, I felt watched, eyes boring into my back from every darkened window and doorway. I found what appeared to be the most stable house, a 2-story structure with peeling blue paint and a porch that sagged but didn't look ready to collapse. I tested each step carefully before putting my full weight on it, wincing at every groan of the old wood. I found an abandoned house to spend the night in, dragged my gear inside, set up a small camp on the floor of what must have been a living room. The floorboards groaned under my weight, but the rest of the house was silent. I set up my portable camp stove and heated a can of beef stew, a smell seeming too normal, too everyday for this place. I ate quickly, hardly tasting the food. After dinner, I reviewed the footage I'd shot. The digital display of my camera flickered occasionally, the image jumping or freezing for fractions of a second. And there was something else, something I couldn't explain. In a pan shot of the town's main street, there was a figure in a window behind me that hadn't been there when I filmed. Just the outline of a person, watching. I rewound and played it again. Still there. A cold wave washed over me. I told myself it was a trick of the light, a shadow, anything but what it appeared to be. I fell asleep watching the footage loop on my camera's small screen, my sleeping bag pulled up tight around me despite the lingering desert heat. My dreams were restless, filled with whispering voices just too quiet to understand, and dark figures always just at the edge of my vision. Around 2 a.m., I woke up drenched in sweat, though the air had grown cold. Unnaturally cold. The kind of cold that seeps into your bones and makes them ache. The door was ajar, swinging gently. I know I had locked it, had even put a chair against it, a habit from working in remote locations. The chair was now neatly placed against the wall, as if someone had politely moved it aside. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped outside, drawn by some instinct I couldn't name. The moon hung impossibly large in the sky, casting enough light to see clearly. That's when I saw the deer. A massive buck, antlers wide like a crown of bones, stood in the middle of the road, staring. Its coat was the color of ash. Its eyes didn't reflect the light. They absorbed it, 2 black holes in its skull. Its mouth opened slightly. It let out a sound that wasn't a deer call. It was almost a whisper, a human sound from an animal throat. Leave. I stumbled back into the house, heart pounding like it wanted to escape my chest. The door slammed shut behind me, not from my hand, but from some unseen force. I told myself it was a dream, just a nightmare brought on by exhaustion and the strangeness of the place. I didn't sleep again that night. I sat with my back against the wall, flashlight in one hand, hunting knife in the other, waiting for dawn. Morning came, reluctantly, the sun struggling to penetrate the strange haze that had settled over Duskmere during the night. I packed quickly, eager to leave this place and its unnatural wildlife behind. My hand shook as I loaded the Explorer. The birds were back, watching from every perch. More than yesterday. Hundreds now, still silent. I tried to leave. I drove for hours in what I thought was the direction I came from, but every turn, every ridge, every dip in the land brought me right back to Duskmere. The same blue house, the same half-collapsed church, the same rusted diner sign. No matter which direction I drove, all roads led back to the town, like it had its own gravity, pulling me in. I checked my maps, my compass, even the sun's position. Nothing made sense. I was driving in circles that shouldn't have been possible given the topography. My gas gauge dropped steadily. By late afternoon, I was running on fumes and desperation. I passed a well in the town square. I swear it hadn't been there before. Made of stacked stone with a wooden roof, it looked ancient. Something inside the well moved, slowly, rhythmically, like it was breathing. Water shouldn't breathe. I stayed away from it. With no choice, I returned to the blue house. It felt like it was waiting for me, welcoming me back. I unpacked only what I needed for the night, started a small fire in the fireplace, which drew normally despite the stillness of the air outside. The flames cast dancing shadows on the walls, shadows that sometimes moved independently of the fire's flicker. I began seeing people, or things that looked like people, pale figures just at the edge of the frame when I'd review my footage, always in the corner of my vision when I'd turn my head. They were dressed in old clothes, 1800s maybe. Some wore mining hats with unlit candles, others long dresses with high collars, always watching, never blinking. When I'd turn to face them directly, they'd be gone, leaving only the faintest impression in the air, like heat waves. I started talking to myself, recording journal entries to stay sane, to remind myself that I was real, that I existed, that I wasn't just another ghost in this forgotten place. Day 3 in Duskmere, I spoke into my audio recorder. Something's not right with this town. I can't leave. The roads all circle back. My GPS shows me in 5 different locations at once. The wildlife, it's not natural. And I'm not alone here. I keep seeing people, shapes. I don't know. They're watching me. I feel it all the time now, even when I close my eyes. My voice sounded thin in the recording when I played it back, distant, like I was already fading. Day 4, I met someone. Her name was Lila. She appeared while I was filming the sunset from the church steps. One moment I was alone, and the next she was sitting beside me. She wore a blue dress frayed at the hem, with a warm but tired smile. Her hair was the color of wheat, her skin pale but with a glow that seemed out of place in this dead town. "You're still here?" she said. Not a question, a statement, like she'd been expecting me. I nearly dropped my camera. A real person, someone to confirm I wasn't losing my mind. She said she lived here, always had. When I asked her how that was possible, she looked away, her profile sharp against the darkening sky. "I can't leave," she whispered. "None of us can." When I asked who us was, she changed the subject, asked about my filming, about the outside world. She seemed fascinated by my descriptions of cities, of technology, of people going about their normal lives. She told me she hadn't seen a visitor in a very long time. Over the next few days, I saw her again and again. We walked through the empty streets. She showed me places, an old schoolhouse with desks still in neat rows, a saloon with bottles still behind the bar, though filled with dust rather than liquor, a small cemetery on the edge of town where the headstones were worn smooth by sand and time. She told me about Duskmere, a booming silver mining town in the 1870s, full of life and promise, until the mine collapsed. Dozens died. They said it was greed that cursed the place. The foreman had ignored warning signs, pushed too deep too quickly. The town buried its secrets and its dead too deep. They didn't all die at once, she said one evening as we sat on the edge of town, watching the sun sink below the mountains. Some were trapped. They lived for days in the dark, drinking water that seeped through the rock, eating whatever they could find. Her voice took on a distant quality when she spoke of the mine, like she was reciting something memorized rather than told. When I asked how she knew so much about events that happened over a century ago, she just smiled sadly. "History doesn't die here," she said. "It just keeps happening over and over." "They won't let you go," she said one night, as we sat under a sky so full of stars it hurt to look at. The Milky Way stretched across the black like a wound leaking light. "Not until they decide you've learned." "Learned what?" I asked, but when I turned to look at her, she was already gone. Just the impression of where she'd sat in the sand, like she'd never been there at all. I found the mine entrance 2 days later. Lila hadn't told me where it was, but I felt pulled toward it. A dirt path leading from behind the church, winding through scrubby brush and rock formations, ending at the base of a rocky hill. The entrance was sealed by rusted metal bars and heavy rock, but a small opening had been dug out, recently. Fresh scratch marks in the stone, disturbed earth. Something in me knew I had to go inside, that whatever answers Duskmere held were waiting in the darkness beyond that hole. I went back to the house, gathered my flashlight, spare batteries, water, my camera, and a bandana to cover my mouth against the dust. I left a note on my truck, explaining where I'd gone, though I didn't know who would read it. The opening was barely big enough for me to squeeze through. I had to remove my backpack and push it ahead of me as I crawled on my belly through a tunnel of stone. The air grew thick and stale. It smelled of rot and sulfur and something else, something metallic that made my tongue stick to the roof of my mouth. After what felt like hours of crawling, scraping my elbows and knees raw, the tunnel opened into a larger chamber. I could stand, though I had to hunch my shoulders. My flashlight cut through thick air, the beam catching on floating dust particles that danced like fireflies. Support beams, now rotted and bowing, lined the walls. Rusted mining equipment lay scattered about. Pickaxes, shovels, lanterns. ore carts on tracks that led deeper into the earth. I followed the tracks. The passage sloped downward, taking me further from the surface, from light, from safety. The walls were wet with some viscous fluid that wasn't water. It moved slightly when my light hit it, recoiling like it was alive. I tried not to touch it. The air grew colder as I descended, my breath fogging in front of me. The passage ended abruptly, at a cavern so large my light couldn't reach the far wall or ceiling, but it illuminated enough, more than enough. Deep inside, I found them. Bodies. Hundreds. Preserved impossibly well in the cold, dry air of the deep mine. Men in work clothes, women in dresses, even children. All posed as if going about their daily lives. A shopkeeper behind a rough wooden counter. A bartender eternally polishing a glass. A teacher at a desk. A family seated around a dinner table laden with petrified food. All with faces twisted in agony, eyes open, mouths frozen mid-scream. And I saw her, Lila, her body propped against a wall, blue dress exactly as I'd seen her wear it, her wheat-colored hair now dull with dust, her face contorted in that same silent scream. Only this time, she didn't move. She wasn't alive. She never had been. I stumbled backward, my camera clattering to the stone floor. The sound echoed, growing louder instead of softer, multiplying until it was a cacophony of clatters and screams and whispers. The lights on my camera came on by themselves, illuminating the grotesque display from below, throwing monstrous shadows on the cavern walls. Then the bodies began to move, slowly at first, a finger twitch, a head turn, then faster, rising from their positions, reaching toward me, their movements jerky, puppet-like, as if pulled by invisible strings. I turned and ran, heart thundering in my chest, lungs burning with the effort to breathe the thick air. I dropped my flashlight, ran in darkness, hands outstretched, feeling my way back toward the tunnel, toward escape. Behind me, the shuffle of countless feet, the whisper of countless voices, the collective groan of a town's worth of dead, rising to pursue me. I reached the tunnel and scrambled through, my panic giving me strength I didn't know I had. Rocks tore at my clothes, at my skin. I didn't care. I emerged into twilight, gasping, covered in dirt and blood, some mine, some not mine, only to see the townspeople waiting at the entrance. Silent, expressionless. The same faces I'd seen in the mine, now standing in the fading light. Lila at the front, her blue dress now dirty and torn, her eyes full of sorrow. "You've seen it now," she said, her voice coming from everywhere and nowhere. "You understand." I passed out. When I awoke, I was lying beside my explorer. It was dawn. Birds sang normal songs. The air smelled clean. My gear was packed neatly beside me, every piece accounted for. My vehicle was fully gassed, though I knew the tank had been nearly empty. A note was stuck under my windshield wiper, written in flowing script on yellowed paper. "You've seen it now. Don't come back, but know that part of you will always stay. That's the price of knowing." I drove. This time, the road took me out. Past desert scrub and rock formations I recognized from my journey in. Past a gas station where an old man nodded at me like he knew exactly where I'd been. Out to the highway, to civilization, to reality. I don't talk about Duskmere anymore. People ask about my lost week, where I went, what I filmed. I tell them equipment failure, bad planning, a waste of time. I finished the documentary with footage I already had, splicing in generic desert scenery where needed. I never submitted the real footage, the stuff from Duskmere. It's too real, too damning. No one would believe it anyway. They'd call it fake, staged, special effects. They wouldn't understand that some places don't obey the rules we think govern our world. The town marked me. I know this now. I belong to Duskmere in some way, even if I'm not there. My dreams are no longer my own. I see through other eyes, the hawk circling above the town, the coyote slinking through empty streets, the deer standing sentinel at crossroads. I see visitors who stumble upon the town just as I did. I watch them discover the same horrors. I watch them leave, changed. I see Lila in dreams too. Sometimes as the corpse in the mine, sometimes as the woman who walked with me through empty streets. She tells me things now, secrets about the town, about what happened there, about what continues to happen. She tells me that Duskmere exists in a fold of reality, a place where the walls between life and death, past and present, are tissue thin. She tells me that the town needs witnesses, people who will carry its story, its curse, its hunger, back into the world. Sometimes I wake up and my boots are covered in dust and sand I didn't walk through. My camera contains footage I didn't shoot, quick flashes of Duskmere, of eyes watching from windows, of the well in the town square with its breathing water. When I try to delete these clips, they reappear the next day. Sometimes I hear whispering from my kitchen faucet, from the shower head, from any source of water. The voices ask me when I'm coming back. They miss me. They're waiting. I've tried to find Duskmere again, not to return, but to prove to myself that it exists, to prove I didn't imagine it all. I've searched maps, county records, historical archives. Nothing. The town has vanished from record, if it was ever there at all. The few locals who hinted at its existence now stare blankly when I mention the name, as if they've never heard it. But I know it's there, waiting, hungry for more stories to absorb, more lives to fold into its twisted history. I think I understand now what Lila meant about learning. The town teaches you that reality is a thin veneer, that underneath the world we think we know lies something older, something patient, something with rules we can't comprehend. It teaches you that escape is possible but never complete. And sometimes, just sometimes, when I close my eyes, when I let my guard down, when I allow myself to drift toward sleep, I'm still in the middle of nowhere, standing on the main street of Duskmere, the buildings leaning in, listening, the well breathing its ancient breath, the mine entrance calling like a lover, and Lila taking my hand, leading me deeper into the town that never fully lets anyone go. I've tried to warn others, to tell my story as a caution, but words fail to capture the true horror of Duskmere. And something in me, something that no longer feels entirely human, doesn't really want to warn them at all. That something wants company in this half-existence I now inhabit. So I keep making my documentaries. I keep filming wildlife. I keep moving from place to place, never staying long enough to form connections. And if my footage sometimes contains glimpses of things that shouldn't be there, well, that's just the price of seeing too much, of knowing too much. I am Zachary Cole, Zach to those who knew me well, and I am no longer entirely here. Part of me will always be there, in Duskmere, walking its empty streets under an impossible sky, waiting for you to join me.